Got him. Thank you.
Yep, have fun.
Weird. All right, let's see.
Uh-uh.
Yo. Already follow you, Toby. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you wanna stop by? Oh, you gotta get a chapter. Got chicken nuggets. Yeah. But if there are no questions on that. Then. No, bro, they didn't even come by. He's totally good. Yeah. Stop by. But no, I just want to. Hey, cool. I can't pay.
Any information we got?
From the. Uh. No. Well, you like. So you could go back and like, you look in back and he's like, I still disrespect it. And I was like, man, respect goes both ways, bro. Like, oh my God. But I'll talk to him later. You're like, yeah, it's just fucking put this behind us. Yeah, that's what I had said too. Yeah, I know. Like, that's why I told him. I was like, bro, fucking getting Sarah into it is weird.
Yeah. Like, putting on it. Like the North, but that's one thing, but then there was like, you're really telling me like timing the guy. It was
It was weird. I agree. Bro, and then look at like. Oh, that's whatever. I'll take when you get here.
Alright. I'll find you for another 7:30.
All right, hurry up.
Well, this week on my friend. Okay, whatever.
I'll see you. Good luck at your thing. You look nice.
is that a history-altering disaster will occur. And it'll kind of level out the playing field, so it doesn't really matter what I do right now. I think it's, my 5-year plan is that a history-altering disaster will occur. And it'll kind of level out the playing field, so it doesn't really matter what I do right now. I think it's, my 5-year plan is that a history-altering disaster will occur. And it'll kind of level out the playing field, so it doesn't really matter what I do. Oh.
Yes, I have.
I get virtual things, and I'll barrier steel bills. It seems that they're not prepared to take care of people and pay our bills. So I guess it's fun to do it. It's hard enough now. So it's like, but I'm looking for help, maybe help anything. I get virgin things, and I'll barrier steel bills. If you're an only child, it wasn't like a door. It was nasty game. How can it stand anymore? There's a great cage for protecting. I give you a spear. There's a lion in a cage. I tell you to the lion through the cage. Keep on doing it. This is how I saved thousands from the can of spray. This rusted out truck. Not wait.
Enemy compact 500 meters.
Seconds ago, did you see my meter? I don't care. It's just I'm stressed right now. Finding my meter's a little slow. Anyway, and then fortunately, my Peter being that slow, that's like a super rare thing.
Noted.
You know what? I'm still gonna be in it. In a second.
Sure, whatever.
Hey, sure. Listen, I get you. Ready to love video. Nice. Instantly have knowledge.
Yes, what is the oh god?
Fox is an attack from bear. A shot from top. Just Peter. Right now, it's like thickness that represents you. Wait. Right.
Enemy compact 500 meters.
Wait. Seconds ago. Did you see my Peter? I don't care if this right now. Finding my Peter's a little smaller than you.
So,
Sorry.
see, tell me about this. I just asked you, baby, tell me the truth. That's not what did you do to it? It's not right. That's not that. Yes, I'm over parody. She just had a baby. She's babies. Yeah, I was looking into the obstetrician. They want it up there as soon as possible. I started this chance of delivery. Baby and like try to hide it. Turn up that. And that baby was crying. It came out. But the baby's gonna have to take it for autopsy.
Charles,
Like how big is the baby's fall? 9 months. Let's see. Have you watched the worlds that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail?
Judaism is the true one that you try to convert into. Because we're not selling a product. Judaism isn't about getting the most quality. It's about responsibility. Being Jewish comes with 613 commandments. A lifetime of study, and an ungrateful commitment to truth. It's not for marketing, it's for those who are truly meant to take it on. If someone wants to convert, great. We don't pressure anyone because we believe you can be a good person without being Jewish. We're here to live the truth, not to push it on people. What's wrong with that? That's the thing, the girl, you know that, right? It's thinking an hour friend. Shit, you can give her free by the way on the internet. She needs to have her rent paid too, so that's why I'm helping. It's some guy just respond. It's not a guy. What is that? That's a bag. Did you realize some socks? Socks. How much spend on socks? The messaging the girl.
Just a big crowd. Oh, yeah.
John say a woman. Husband is the most unlikely person you've ever met in your life. Something really good.
On the top three white guys, we're gonna start off with Tony Hawk. We're gonna follow that up with Roger from Tired Looking Kid and Steve. If you disagree with that list, unfollow. On the top three white guys, we're gonna start off with Tony Hawk.
Plus, starting. Yes, I've got some progressive. I can't tell that I do apologize for reaching out like this. I just wanted to keep it as human as possible. I would usually just send an email out, but just when it's a way to connect in the most natural people. In simple terms, my team and I are very good at making strangers to use your stuff. We specialize in high-tech products like ones, and we just have some ideas. Wanted to see if we can come to the idea that maybe album to a quote could do with some kind of group slide. Yeah, no, very fun. That's sort of the first thing you got to see different first of all. Notes, pretty same. So, fire. Work by balance.
Fighting to me. She's probably not shy. So I guess you probably could you get that in different parts. See what you might need. I mean, get fucking stay. Do this. Fighting to look at anything.
Thanks, Greg. Can I go home smelling like a meth lab?
Yeah, you can. I do. Those, wow. Those, keeping those on, right?
Yes, but I really gotta.
This is almost favorite for close games. People do it for my cost, be the heat of his call was exposed to the house, but now being told the streets were the his rule of read the it's too hard. It was the call actually. Yeah. And then I mean, I did that because I bought the paper and all of a sudden it had a small amount. You wouldn't do it on my calls around the beat and the heat. His car was supposed to have I'll be told this when streets around. Go back, but it's just going over right next to the car. Wow. It was like, well, actually, yeah. Rally that little much. And then I called. Let me move. Because I lost paper and colors. Wouldn't do it on my calls around. So he did it. He's calling those disposed of hands. Now me told disposed of hands around. Go back. This little right next to the line. Wow. It was big call actually. Around at the left. And then I called. Let me move them all up. So I did that. Once they were all decided to hands. He wouldn't do it on my cars around the beat and the so he did it. His car was disposed of hands. Oh, this wind's right. This right next to the car. It was big call actually. Around at the left. He would go down. And then I called. Let me move them all up. I do that. Some box paper and all decided to hang us on go. Do it on my cars around the beat and the his car was exposed to hands. He told us when he's ready to go back. This little right next to the car. Wow. It was big call actually. Around at the left. And then I called. Let me move them all up. You got some folks paper and all decided to hang us on. He would do it on my cars around the beat and the his car was exposed to hands. And now he told us when he's ready to go back. Right next to the car. It was big call actually. Around at the left. He would go down. I did that because I thought it's later. All decided to make it a small. He wouldn't do it on my cars around the beat and the his car was exposed to hands. He told us when he's right. No, God. It's still on read right next to the fire. Oh, they go actually. And then I call, let me move them all. After I do that, I'm on favorite, go beside the case. You would do it while I call square, leave him at the heat. He's calling us a snow for him. Being told his windscreen is cracked. No, it's for all reach, right next to your body. Favorite of the side of the case. He's often exposed to his now be told his misreads right. Right, that's too hard. He's almost as close to hands. You know, he told us when screens were no time. Since we're all that's the let me move them all up. Like that. Someone's favorite, the gold side of the case. He wouldn't do it while my calls ground. Being in the heat, it's almost exposed to hands. So now we told the rings around. Princess right next to the fire. So it's like, go actually. He's a lot. Around that the left. And then I call, let me move right back. Some boss favorite for calls. He wouldn't do it while my calls ground. Would be in the heat. It's office is supposed to answer. Streets right. No time. It's just right next to your heart. So it's like, oh, we got that. About that the months. And then I go. Oh, my gosh. These calls are supposed to answer now. He told us it's right. Well, fine. It's no longer like that's the good one. It was like, well, actually, it's up. You got me that little monster. And then I call, then we move on to the action. But I get that, because I'm God's favor, I'll decide it is. People who do it on my cost, he can be. It's not was supposed to answer, but now he told us it's right. It was like calling you. It's up done. That must be good. Yeah, maybe don't think that's. And then I call. Then we move on to the bench. It's a false favorite. All of a sudden, he wouldn't do it on my cost. Be empty. It's not what's supposed to answer, but now I'm being told this one's reads right. Go back. Just go on. That's too hard. It was a goal actually. He's not down. Probably that's the last year. Yeah, maybe don't think that's true. And then I call. Then we move on to the rejection. Because I'm boss favorite, I'm on the side of the hands. Wouldn't do it on my cost round. Really, these calls supposed to answer, but now I'm being told this one's reads right. That's too hard. It was so good. And then I call. Let me move on to the action. Yeah, because I'm boss favorite, I'm on the side of the hands. People who do it on my cost round. These comments are supposed to answer, but now we told those reads right. It's just for that's just for it was a goal actually. Probably that's the one. Maybe don't think that it's true. And then we move on. Boss favorite, colors, wouldn't do it on my cost round. Be interviewed. So he He's all those exposed to him. Now he told this was right. This will already claim that's too hard. There was a goal. It's a lot. Value at the much. Something's like. And then I call. Never move the ball. Get back. The ball's made right. Next day, so he wouldn't do it on my cost. Beat him out of the heat. His cough was exposed to the air. This girl's crack. This is law. Right next to it. It was a goal action. He's up on. They can take. They can take their house or rooms. So, you know, but I mean, you don't have to on because that's your don't know I have my license and my registration on man. This is not. I need to see your light registration for a vehicle. But if you just go back to your police car and forget this and that, there's the amount of people give any firearm, you were, maybe I do. Good. Hey, what did you find out about the vehicle? Not control my find about the people right kick you out of the vehicle. I think you should call for backup before you attempt to. No, this isn't a YouTube show. This is more like real life. I mean, see, it's not that it's I'm not. So I think you say, not 40. Chop, later. People run like anything question. You're in it. It's real, it's solid. Now, all the time, but you have to look at it right there. And then be able to see the trick to a situation like this. It's really simple. What you do is you sit on the flag. This is going. I need to see your license. Women can either be an expense or an investment.
I'm afraid about the birth. Fine. There's no for the exact same shit. You don't know about it. You're the artist. And you're fucking married them. You're fucking married Lily Phillips. You're out here been boy, that girl, her love, she was a big wedding. She's been doing Lily Phillips. Don't fucking call it. Fucking married, idiot. You're complaining about Lily for telling the truth. Wake up. 90% of these girls in fucking Miami, Dubai, and LA are Lily Phillips. And you're fucking married. In fact, you're going on fucking date night. Trying to keep her happy, and I see on something and holding her hand. Instagram posts. Say, who put down my booty? And then you were my political fucking homo. That's what the shit you did. And I say, look, you know how much money you have to make in order to go meeting? Hey,
Ready?
you know how much money you have to make in order to understand?
Okay. What do you think of the girl?
No, cancer. Has cancer. My ears, like testicle. And yes, she's not a good DNA system. Dogs, I know dams, males, her start out girls, differentiated based on their genes. You know, race development testing and from it, one. 150,000 pregnancies. It's mixed white girls are really up to something else like you. Different percentage. Everything just does not your asking like not even your characteristics. Make the rest. Yes. Nature school. Yes. Joke. Impossible. Joke.
No. Come on. Oh, God. Look at me. What do you think of this girl? They know looking at me at them. Beautiful. Great. They're back.
We all got that one person like, oh, going in that fight. Like, buddy, it's scary. Fucking funny. I'm so free. And I am so desperate for a section of my parents. And I understand that I would be and I understand that I'm gonna fly out private jets, drive around in a gang, save the damn planet. I'm like, go dark, maybe dark. Maybe I understand that when I'm 72, I'm in back years I spent that much. That's the rest of it. Maybe hard. They got race. They go crazy. I'm like, right, actually, completely not ready. I love them all be excited by the baby. On a school, the numbers not like, don't just fumble it. For street sharks, why? For six pack. That is I actually think that 90, no, 99% works. You can extract.
Shit, whatever. Hey, well, else requires.
Yes.
It's right now. Back home, please. Thanks. You're pretty eerie. A little bit. Yes. One fantasy, but yeah, Joe, I have $100 a night to spend on playing right now. But that's like playing fire for two. And it's literally perfect. Like that's like anything great.
How many, yeah, I agree, it's pretty much. Um, how many miles is that?
That's 19,000.
It's not bad. My Yamaha has 42, but it's been rebuilt, so I really don't know.
Talk to dad about it. 'Cause I really want to take it close to the decision that's gonna hurt my today's goal. But honestly, like,
It's never it's never a good time to buy. You just if you don't buy it now, then you're gonna have another expense. And then if it runs well, bro, I
wait before it starts.
Yes.
We can whatever we read.
yeah, it's you fucking spit, bro. Like you, and what CC is it? Oh, dude, sick, bro. Okay,
Yeah, on this channel that lady on the film game.
yeah,
I've never.
well, probably nobody printed them. I don't know how you did that. No, you're gonna, you guys, I promise you, it would be fun for like, you probably wouldn't even get through the whole summer before you're like, fuck, I need a faster bike. And then you'd be stuck like trying to do something.
It's just gonna be so much like
It's not gonna be as, it's not gonna be as quick, it's not gonna feel as good. Nice. All right. Oh shit. Yay. 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 Hey,
Just.
yes, please. Thank you. I'll Venmo you, I promise. Can you get two? Yeah, just give two. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm coming. Yeah, see what I can do. Separate music.
Well, leave that. And talk to him with me. Are you down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Well, no, I mean, it looks like a bit of chair.
oh, yeah. Yeah, but don't you want something to?
Like, so it doesn't want you to look at some girl's boobs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I looked at why I said it's pretty awesome. Really.
I don't know why it's not either.
Um, they really?
I'm okay, dude.
No. Yeah, so
So what?
okay, I don't know. I was like, I thought you'd like people like calm down a little more,
I also thought so too.
but he was like even more. He was just in there. Like I don't know what to do. I'm just fucking. Like I don't understand how I live in a shed, and somehow they find.
That's what I don't understand.
How do you still find something? Like,
My roommates also don't understand that.
bro, I'm like holy shit, and Thomas has never said anything. Oh my God.
Well, Thomas doesn't matter you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like never been, or like it has, like it's been like fucking years.
I'm okay, dude. Out on the table. I have my little container.
I don't remember this being that. It's your words.
Thank you.
Um, like how do I live in a shed?
I know you pay your own. You pay rent at least.
And still somehow, it's like something. Like at first did the dishes. And I stopped. And probably.
Do they still yell at you for the dishes even though you just
Oh, but there's always dishes that I don't understand. Like I don't give a shit. But they do, like a lot. But it's only if I'm doing it.
what I just don't understand is that like it's all fixable stuff. Like it's not
Yes, I know. Like look at this.
it's not like it's
Look. Y'all need to submit to me. They have fun. No, just that one.
that's nice that Thomas said that though. So it's like, well, that's
What?
well, because it was like that's what I do too. Like,
Thomas Simpson?
is it Mr. Swag Thomas?
No, that's me.
Well, you're Mr. Swag.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Luckily, like, I talked to him, and he was, like, reasonable. I was like, dude, I was like, I can't really do that. And that's, like, that's half the fucking house.
I mean, you asked to switch rooms and then he said no. So
Yeah, I know. And before, and I told him at the very beginning of the year, before I hate this shit happened, I was, yeah, I'm fine with you being my person. You just have to understand, it's not your room. It's, but that's half the house, it's not your room. You can't claim half the house. But he was like, yeah, let's just get a rug and then like it's not even fucking home to like realize that it's messy.
you're also talking about
There's so many things wrong with that. What?
blocking the door. Like now, all of a sudden, it's an issue.
Yeah,
But
and then
it's always
like I don't understand. But well that thing's been like unlocked, but it hasn't been an issue. There's been so but it was fine. I was like, yeah, I can like clean it up and sweep it right now if you want it. He's like, no, it's fine. So even look at that, when someone fucking asks me nicely, I don't mind cleaning. Like I don't. Like I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'll talk like I don't even know what the fuck to apologize about, to be honest. Like I'm sorry the rug got fucked up, but like
you can buy a new rug. You can wash it. You can,
like then it like got like folded or something.
I would expect them to be more mad at you when you punch the door.
No.
Like to me, that's more of an ish thing that I would be mad.
Well, yeah, they were mad about the doors.
Yeah, but it wasn't like this.
Yeah. But like it's whatever. I'll talk to him and I'll be like, you know, he like came up to me and he like 30 minutes later, he was like, yeah, I just feel disrespected when he found out that I fucking used his towel to wash his bathroom. He threw like a fucking hissy fit and like slammed my door and everything. It's on stream, so he's like, I just feel disrespected, and I was like, bro, it goes both fucking ways. Like, if you expect to be
You
respected,
can just wash a towel.
yeah, no, that's where it was. It was in the laundry room because I was like, I was gonna wash it, and I was like, it goes both ways. It's like you can't expect respect when you fucking throw a hissy fit about something. First off, I don't even know. I didn't even know that was like a thing. And then I just don't want him fucking texting you either. Like, that's weird. Sorry, it's weird.
Mm-hmm. I just wonder how much Emma Kate knows because I didn't get a chance to talk to her today. But because I asked
Are you guys talk to her about it? I mean,
no, I won't. But I was just wondering if, like,
if she's aware.
mhm.
Fucking. I don't know.
Because she's the kind of person who like would call you out. Like she'd be like, "Okay, you're acting like an ass. Like, don't."
You're acting like a child. Child.
Are we unmuted?
No, but I don't care. I don't care. I mean, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but it's also because Grayson ran into them at the bar last night, and I was like, "Oh, how did he seem? Like, did he seem like mad or whatever?" And she said no.
Yeah, I mean, talked to Yanni, I was like, "Is man okay?" It's a it's fine.
I know. I was low-key debating on texting Thompson. And I was like, but I didn't. But I was like, yes.
Yeah, don't
Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna get
Like-
anymore.
don't even
Yeah,
think about getting involved.
I know.
But because I just want to fucking be done with it and bury the hatchet. Like I don't like literally. I like it was so fucking tense. Like I feel like I'm not even welcomed in my own house. Like what? Like I just don't understand how they keep on finding shit to be mad at me when I don't even live in the house. Like it's the tiniest shit, and then they do the same exact. They did the same exact thing. If I really wanted to, I could take a picture and note down everything they yell at me about. I could probably make a list of like probably triple the amount of like things that they like of exactly what they're getting mad at me about. It'd be triple the amount that they did. Except I'm just doing it like this.
But especially like you're trying back to class, like you're like, right.
Bro, I'm like, I'll go home. I'll sleep for 1 hour. I'd be awake all night. I'll go to sleep 1 hour. I'll finally hit the hay at like 7 o'clock. He'll wake me up. And I'll have 1 hour of sleep. And I can't like, dude, I have like fucking sleep problems. I can't go back to sleep. So like, if he wakes me up and I only have 4 hours of sleep, that's it. That's all I get. And you'd think like, and bro, you'd think he'd be able to at least fucking give me a tortilla.
Did you have John?
Um,
Yeah, don't.
I will. Be like, I stole your fucking tortillas, dude.
You know, don't do it unless you like.
Oh, but, oh, yeah.
Please don't.
I'm saying,
Yeah, save it, and then like when it's like not even like relevant anymore. Are you gonna make the butterfly the same one that's on my shirt?
No.
Okay. What's it gonna look like?
coffee butterfly.
What is a coffee butterfly gonna be?
I don't know. I'm gonna freaking figure it out.
Mm. Well, because I think what could be cool if it was the same one on my shirt.
Yeah, it probably is gonna look pretty similar to you, to be honest. About. I think
No, it's Kermit is one. Whatever.
like they got me thinking that they're conspiring against me. It's still crazy. And when you live with more people, bro, you have to make compromise. Like you have to make compromise. I live in a shed. That's my compromise. Like, are you kidding me? You know how like if anyone can throw a fucking instant to me, where the fuck?
Here.
Yeah, I'll just talk to him. I'll be like, I'm sorry. I think we both feel disrespected.
Right now?
No, not right now. Like probably tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna drag it out. But like, I'm sorry, we both sounds like we both feel disrespected. Like, yeah, I probably could have. But I guess I Probably could have put more effort into cleaning the bathroom, but like I really didn't want to because he fucking freaked out on me. So I didn't. Sorry. It'd be way more effective. Like you're way more effective at communicating something when you're not yelling.
Mhm.
Like, bro, he didn't even look. He didn't even check the bathroom. He just walked into my shed and he's like, "I'm in my fucking bathroom right now," and it was already pretty. I was like, "Did you check the bathroom?" And then he just didn't like. He didn't come back, so I went inside and I was like, "Yeah, what's up?"
I just because he's like usually not the one that gets very
I know she's like we were pretty fucking. What's it called?
like I'm telling you, there's something else. There's something else he's pissed about.
Stressed out or something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please go away notifications. There we go. Harrison's getting a motorcycle.
He's doing it.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Oh my god. It's gonna pop up. Okay.
He just want to do not disturb.
I can't right now because it's gonna fuck everything up. Hey.
Hi.
Hi. It's okay.
Watching.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I do have a question
What?
that I need your opinion on.
Okay.
Her hair.
Yeah.
I'll show you in a second. Um, like I just don't know. I have a bunch of different. So I see what my favorite is. So I'll probably go. Oh wait, can I? Can't I?
Yeah, you can do it from your iPad.
I always miss when people Oh. This is funny.
Santa? Did he mean Santa or Sarah?
Probably Sarah.
It's funny.
That's so funny. They're all like concerned then painting boobs right now. You look good.
Nice.
How long can you stay?
I don't know. Because I have school.
School stream.
It's really not funny. I got school.
It's not funny. I have school. No, I'm not laughing. I have school. Get it?
Yes.
I'm not laughing. I'm not. Yeah, I have school.
But if you want to ever go to sleep,
Okay.
then just
Been going to sleep a lot.
really?
No, with like, oh my gosh.
Like,
No, Sarah. I've been. You're
I mean, like,
kidding you.
okay, sorry. I guess I can go then.
No, don't go.
Oh, you say I'm weakening you.
I'm not weakening you right now.
Well, like when you need to sleep.
Oh my god. I'm prescribed.
Oh, wait, where did you?
I know, right? Walgreens called me and freaking
That's so random.
right.
But yeah. I'll tell you where this one I have my cornerstone interview.
Ooh, I like that. This person sucks.
You'll be getting a new shirt soon.
Hey yo.
Mhm.
That 5 hour energy like rejuvenating. I said that's so zesty. I just sound,
You're still getting tagged in Facebook posts.
I know I can't.
Yes, you can. Block them.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I like the cloud.
Griffin,
What is it?
it's like a scam thing. Which is like they're trying to hack you.
Well, all publicity is good.
That's what BT Barnum says.
Who is that?
The guy who did the circus. We talked about that in my comm class.
Circus?
No, that all publicity is bad publicity.
Yeah, I know, but what? Who is he?
P.T. Barnum, he created the circus. He did the greatest show of all time.
Oh, yeah, well,
That's him. Yeah.
I guess it worked.
Well, because he was getting a lot of bad publicity, but we still know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My iPad's full of dust. Well,
So what?
dust. Do you agree?
What?
All publicity is good publicity. There's no such thing with bad publicity. Do you think that's true?
To a degree.
Because I feel like, especially now that like in my opinion, like cancel culture
It's bullshit.
is well, yeah, it's bullshit, but I think it's going down. Like you can beat the case, you know.
Yeah, but that
I mean,
that's
if
what cancel
something like
culture is
Logan-
bullshit.
Like Logan Paul can come back from that.
I personally will never react, but
No, obviously, like any.
like there's stuff that
I mean, I feel like anyone like our age just looks at him and just sees that situation.
Mhm.
But like, like I feel like you can pretty much come back from anything besides like being that's kind of
Or being a rapist too.
or being a rapist. Well, even bro, so, even then, we
Well, to me personally, you can't come back.
well, I mean, yeah, but
But
like
I know that's well, he's
kids, you can always just be, like half the time it's like they don't have to prove like no one ever gets convicted, so it's like here's
which sucks.
yeah, it does suck. So I wouldn't even say that's like a nail in the coffin. Unless there's
Yeah.
literally like videos of like you like beating a woman
But that's what's so tough because it's like
and stuff.
it's just your word against theirs, and no one's gonna believe you.
Well. Yeah, I've actually already painted her. I I erased her though as a percent.
What?
You see the remnants
Mm-hmm.
right here.
Oh, no.
It's kind of good. Yeah, here, look. Well, I have it all on my. Hopefully you just don't.
What?
It's gonna be not weird. Right? Yeah. You really do look good.
Thanks. Or I was gonna do a story post, but I wanted your opinion.
Okay. Let me opinionize.
What the heck is on the I wanted to do a picture of us, but I didn't know
Okay.
your opinion. Because so I like this photo, but you're not smiling. And I don't love this photo. No, Griffin.
I like that one.
My boob is like coming out.
Oh,
So no. And the Borgs. So it's one of those two. That one or that one.
wait, let me see. Okay. I like that one.
This one?
Yeah,
Okay, I just don't love my hair. Because it's like doing something weird now.
I like it. You can get the moms like good too.
I'm sure.
It was cool. This could just be like whatever in the camera.
Maybe not forever, no, but like I will do them.
Sorry, like that.
Right, yeah.
I look crazy.
You look crazy?
Yeah.
Well,
My llama.
yeah, dude. Do you know how many people ask me about it?
How many?
A lot.
What's a lot?
Like 3 people today.
Today?
Yeah, chapter. Okay.
They're probably like. Do they ask what's like?
Yes. And I'm like, it's fun. Like, it's just chill. Like, I don't really. I mean, it doesn't involve me too much. It just. Yeah.
Yeah. This is gonna be. I think this will be my favorite part of the painting, which kind of sucks when I still live over here.
The girl.
No, I like the cup. I think the idea with the cup is cool.
Oh, yeah, it's just because it's like blocked by the.
So far.
Yeah.
And like that's like the whole point. It's like starting. I love the way.
I was gonna do this and then type.
Okay, I'll repost it after like my music. So remember when I was talking about the calendar thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like that. Like, how would I'd have to get it like confirmed by UCW if I want to use their name, right?
Probably. But I don't know I don't know how come they're still works.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it, but do you know someone that I could talk to?
Possibly.
Like, who would like, because if it's coming from you, or like, if you like suggest, like, if you, well, like, if you make the connection, like, or I don't know, you could be like, has a really good idea for like a calendar. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it would,
I think
because if it's coming from a stranger, like outside, then it's like more iffy. Ashton, like, well, do you know Ashton? Not Peric.
Brantley.
Not Brantley. So yeah, Ashton was like, so he is older, like I think he's already graduated, but yeah, but I knew him like he was like who I mainly um, like that's where I did it the most. But he's made like a ton of money. He's like the guy behind all the vintage market stuff. And like so and he got like the school involved, like they're doing it in the quad. So I could ask him how he managed to do that. But who would I talk to?
I don't know. Like there's a few people I can think of, but I don't know because I don't
Already
in yeah. Because like the stuff that I do have to do it for is like it's been taken.
yeah, it's already like you're already in the thing. Because I think it'd be cool. It kind of goes off like right in with the 1 year thing.
Kind of reality talent.
Like a calendar, yeah. Thank you for like. I'm really happy that like I know you're probably not like super ecstatic.
Yeah, I don't love him, but I understand.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's very fun. It's engagement. It's better than fight. It's honestly better than fight night. Because I was gonna do fight night, but I think now I'll just. And obviously, I'm not like
I know.
like definitely don't want to make it creepy.
I just
I think
think
that's the hardest
I
part.
just think the pictures are like tasteful and like cute, and
Seasonal,
not like
like-
Baywatch. Like
Yeah,
not.
it needs to be like seasonal.
It just needs to be like cute.
Cute, but like at the same time, like they like it needs to be like, like people want a calendar. Like I'm just being honest. Like this is like the whole point of me. Like people want a calendar of like hot women, but I don't want to like sexualize them. You know what I'm saying? Like it needs to like teeter like right on the edge, like this. Like not like this, but like this is like it's not sexualizing, but it's not. It's like
Like it's yeah.
yeah, like everybody loves boobs, but it's not like too much boobs. Bro, everybody would buy it.
Mhm.
That's why, like, that's why I think I love. Well, honestly, like I love like your outfits. Like they're modest, but like they're not like so modest that they're ugly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yeah, I love the way you dress.
Thank you.
You made my boyfriend proud.
Thanks.
You know, not just saying.
Shouldn't everyone just be like me?
Boy.
Hmm? Hmm?
If you say no one would make it to heaven.
No, what?
No one would make it to heaven.
If everybody was like me? Jeez.
Get it?
Yeah, so then. That wasn't very nice.
I know, it's a joke.
And I was looking for whatever. It's funny to be like, yeah, everybody should be like.
Yes, everyone should be like you.
I'm gonna pants you.
Oh no, don't pants me. That'd be so bad. Then I'd have no pants on. Oh no. Just the two of us. We can make it. Oh my god, Yanni fucking loved the music box.
The one that I gave you?
Yeah, he was like, yo, what is this? And then he started doing it and he sent it to Zoe. He's like, who got you this? I was like, she.
And you're disappointed you thought it was a grinder.
No, I wasn't. I don't.
Well, I saw it and I was like, oh, because you always love like playing with the one in my room. So it was like,
No, it was an awesome gift. But like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. At first, like, my mind went to, oh, it's a grinder. But I knew it wasn't a grinder. It was just like,
yeah, I wouldn't get you.
it's funny how it's like second factors.
But isn't it cute?
No, it's awesome.
It just,
That's a great song too.
yeah, because you always like, I don't know, you just like that song.
Yeah, it's a really good song. I like Neil Armstrong. She's some good shit. I'll play some music. Yeah, she told me that like she told the girls that like on the place. So funny, they had like a little family dinner with her.
Cute.
Uh
No, but honestly, this seems like really sweet. Like, it's their whole family's like helping, or is it? I don't know. I mean, I
well it's like
understand,
they're like
but
kids.
like
But no, yeah, I mean it seems like
it seems like a nice, like a sweet, like
I really like it's better than the other guy. So Oscar, which is like the guy that contacted me first, he had a business partner that was his name was Mr. Dreamworks. And
like for real.
no, he's like, just call me Mr. Dreamworks. And I don't know, but he's like, yeah, I got a new business partner. So I wonder what happened with him.
So now Mr. DreamWorks.
Yeah. Billie Eilish doesn't have a Grammy.
I think so. Like she definitely should.
If you don't sing, I don't sing Grammy.
it was people were making that more so like around the Grammys because like I know Carter won over her album, which like Birds of a Feather like didn't win anything
Yeah, that's a fire one.
like and it's a good album. Like it is a good album.
No, so yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why like I kind of like lost hope in the award.
Like, especially with to that scale, it's just not like
It's pay to win,
yeah,
in my
essentially, and it's just like and it's just street and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
How much is a Grammy worth?
that's what my awards are. Cool.
You like?
I know, well, because when I get it, it's like I know it's because I've earned it, and it's not like
Yeah.
I really want a golden Sammy.
A golden Sammy.
Yes.
That'd be fire.
The Sammys. I wish it was called that, but it's not.
Oh, dude.
Because you get a golden Sammy Seahawk. And like I wish it was called the Sammys. I think that would be
Yeah,
so
that'd
funny.
be pretty good.
But it's not. It's like a solar awards. But I would
The solar what?
solar awards.
What is that? Like I'm assuming it's a plan.
Organization leadership award recognition. It's like a
Oh, so that's not like an award show. That's an actual. That's what you were.
it's an award. Yes, I'm nominated for an award for a solar award.
Okay.
Well, Penn on the council list and then I individually am.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So you're gonna break it.
yeah. And then that's also in addition to the Cornerstone Awards.
And you already have many.
Well, not that much right now, but
How many awards?
just rookie of the year and then the counselor ones.
Okay, I mean that's pretty damn good. Oh, the counselor one person.
Yeah,
Sounds like you're doing pretty.
I am doing pretty good.
I got some catching up to do.
Yeah. Is there anything you want for 1 year? Because that's literally next month. Is that crazy?
It's insane.
I know.
It's honestly fun pod.
Yeah.
Like it does not feel like it. Well,
Like no, I know what you mean. Like it's like I feel like I met you like yesterday.
yeah, exactly. But no, not really.
Okay.
I pretty much have all my things.
And what do you mean?
Like I have everything I want
Okay.
besides like Mama Farm and Lamborghini. All that crap.
I mean, I can just get you more clothes or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Dressing you.
Yeah. Sure. You are good. You're very or like
Yeah. And I like.
I've gotten a lot of like people have swiped up on my story and said my shirt's funny.
Really, the one that I got you. I was so proud of myself because I was like, I just need to get this. No, yeah, it's just funny because like whenever, yeah, you always get compliments whenever
Oh yeah.
you wear my clothes.
No, it's not just like it probably feels like it's only when you're around. It's the amount of times I say my color guy.
You're in a silly mood yesterday.
Well, I had to be. I was wearing a freaking llama.
No, I mean like when we went back to
Yeah.
after.
Yeah.
You're very silly
How so?
because I was like spoon feeding you.
Oh my god, I was in a silly mood.
Yeah.
I think that was when all the freaking.
Yeah. It was really funny. Remember when I found you don't remember when I found when I took that nasty little when I was trying to stop you with your phone and then I fell. You don't remember that? I like smacked on the floor, you don't remember that?
What? For real?
Yeah.
Where were we?
In my apartment.
I can see. Hey. What? Why can't I remember? I feel like I would absolutely remember that.
Yeah, it was a loud smack.
Jim, what?
Whatever. But you
I
said
know, but I want to remember it. It sounds hilarious.
it was hilarious. Grayson was there. I have a bruise to prove it, so
Bro, that's crazy. I don't remember that.
yeah.
I feel like that's a core memory right there. Hold on.
And I thought you would have wanted to remember that. But I guess it wasn't important enough to you.
I guess. Or maybe it was so traumatizing that. I think
Really. That's ironic because you know what I noticed today?
What?
You have a looking really second.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess I was. Silly.
Mhm. What?
Oh, you-
Yeah, it's fine.
I wonder how many of my problems will be solved once I'm rich.
I'm sure a good few, but
When I can just be like, oh my god, I did it.
I mean, I'm still gonna be.
Oh yeah, but the haters.
What is?
Yeah. Hugs? What I do that?
Are you paint?
I don't think so. I mean, they're pretty. Pretty girl. For my paint dries.
For your waters.
My paint dries. Nothing hurts.
Do they have like a booking date yet?
I mean, it's soon. I think the one thing I learned was charging more now. Because I see like how much they're spending on like kitchen equipment and shit. It's like every time I like look at how much they're spending, it's like 10 grand, 8 grand. 10 they got. Oh, that's just quite shocking.
Yes. Yes.
What's up? I remember like the first song I played for you was Mac.
In the car. I remember I showed you a Blink-182 song.
Hmm?
I showed you a Blink-182 song.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I like it. I thought it was cool.
Like, it's rock. No, I didn't. It's punk rock.
Yeah, I know. Like it was like it's like when a kid like shares your girl.
What did you think of me?
I was like, she's prettier than I remember.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah. Because I remember being like pretty fucked up. Or like I just remember like not remembering, I'd be like, damn, I hope she's like I was like, I hope she's like pretty as ever. It's like I was like, cool, she's like pretty well mannered,
Yeah,
which I liked.
I am pretty well better.
Which like I don't think I'll be embarrassed.
Hmm?
I didn't think I was gonna be embarrassed.
No, I don't think I'm embarrassed. I mean, I have moments, but like, you do too.
I know. Who has more?
You,
Fair.
but you own it.
Yeah, like I am kind of based off of this.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were walking back from that other party and you just stood on the road when there was a car coming? Well, you did do that. And it turns out I know the girl who was driving.
I've done that a lot. I've done that a lot. What, like, what? I just like stopped. Oh, when I was like,
Yeah,
it's like that was
I know her.
yesterday.
Because she's roommates with Callie.
What'd she say?
And she was like, "Yeah, I saw Griffin. I remember," because she remembered you.
He stopped me. And, like,
Yeah, and I was just like, "I'm sorry, I don't know what he's doing."
tell her I did not regret it.
When you get drunk, you act very odd.
And
Sometimes. when you stand on the road. Yeah. But sometimes they're very nice. I like when you're nice.
Was I recording when I was in the road?
Maybe or was that? I don't know. But it was funny.
Hopefully I got it. I think literally all the good parts of my phone was like. Oh wait. So. Ah. So. Okay, I have plenty of jokes. All right. So like. Did my shit just die? Bruh.
Bruh.
But pretty much. I'm trying to pick hair. God bless the people. Okay. So don't look at the body. The body's I used like AI because there's
Yeah.
apps I use AI instead. But pretty much you're looking at the hair. So
I don't like that.
you don't like that. Yeah,
No.
a lot. No. Yeah,
No.
yeah, maybe there.
No. 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 No.
So okay, I have one.
It's just what
I agree. I agree.
like. It's just I don't know.
I think it is there's like a because there's a little
Because like all my was like when I was like
And curly.
like 10, like I just imagine like a messy bun or whatever, just like you know, I don't know. But yeah, curly, like wavy, like but just like in a bun. But I don't know how you can do that.
I can do it. I can do anything. Oh, this should turn on. This is a really quick charger. Hold you. I love it. I actually do. It's awesome. Okay, what about this?
Better. Maybe. No. Yes, yeah.
Do you like the shape? Oh,
I like that. Better.
with a little earring?
Mhm.
What is it? Yeah, I like it.
No.
That's big for my. Well, maybe.
No.
Yeah, very similar. So that's your favorite? Something like that. So you think just a little.
Like an updo, yeah.
What if, could it? Should I?
Or
But
you
like-
could do a braid maybe, but I just like girls like put their hair up. You could do like a braid going on the sides, but like
Start going down this court, this
Yeah.
corner.
yeah,
Should I do like a little strand, like the ends,
You
like,
could, yeah, like the little, yeah, hairs,
yeah.
like race face cream.
Yeah. I like.
That's what I was thinking. For example, the same one. Oh, probably. I'm very much for. Yes.
Here's a
Here's a background.
Because, like, I don't want him to die. I know how people feel.
Yeah.
But I feel way more like I told him to like,
So like a class or something.
yeah, I told him to take class because the class is like, I feel like not him in particular, but I feel like some people take like pretty much everybody that does die on a motorcycle is they didn't take the class or they got way too confident. Harrison's like pretty much starting out with what I started out with, so it's like pretty hard to like fuck up too bad. Like if I fucked up on my blue bike, it's that big risk. But if I fucked up on the other one, then I can't imagine it being that bad. Or I can't imagine like the chance of me dying. But like some people take like ego, like I think it's an ego thing. They want to take a class. Oh, I know. Like I take it, and not that point. It's maybe a more advanced one.
Yeah. So
When I have a plane, like wouldn't that be cool?
yeah.
Like, oh yeah, stop the plane and we're gonna fly away.
Like it would have to be nice. Like I know. I think it's the wind. Like vacations or whatnot. Which we don't do too often, but you know, like it would definitely be looking easier.
So when you're 30, where do you go?
I mean, it's not even that of a where, it's more of a what, you know?
What do you want?
Married with kids.
When you're 30?
Yeah,
So when you want kids?
like late 20s.
27, maybe like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it'd be cool being
But it's also even like young. That's like to me that's a reasonable. I mean, to my parents it's young, but like to me that's
yeah. No, that is very interesting.
that's just what I because to me ideally like then once the like then they'll be like kids and like running around when I can still run around too.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like you could still go on bike rides. You can like do all
And I'd be stronger than most of them.
like you can still like do all the cool stuff.
Did I show you a picture of my dad when he was
No.
my age? It's embarrassing.
Really.
Yeah. Like I can still catch up, but
So you're not gonna show me? I don't even think I've ever seen pictures of my dad in college. I mean, I don't really know how much pictures.
I have like one. I feel like it's just dad lore. Oh my god, I'm really gonna compare. It's so embarrassing.
I found pictures of my mom.
Do you know this guy? It's okay if you don't.
Okay.
The guy singing? Joe G.
I know like one song of his, like Lips of Us.
I literally see this freaking picture all the time. Don't you hate it? Like those pictures, like you see all the time, and then when you like right when you want.
Yeah, when you're looking for it, yeah.
Damn, I'm good.
You're what?
I'm good at place with art though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really good. Okay.
Oh, that's my grandpa. My mom's dad. He's really sweet.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Oh.
He died when I was in 8th grade. Oh my god. This is my mom with Ben.
Oh,
Ben was the cutest little thing.
I'm sure he was.
Like, he just was such a cute kid. Like, oh my god, look at him. Like, he was the cutest little boy. Oh my god, I showed you this picture of when it happened, but like, they were all Fast and the Furious, so they all had bobcats. My dad looked really freaking, like, my dad looks jacked. Like, it was really funny.
Yeah,
That's my mom and dad. Like, look at my dad. Like,
that's Vin Diesel.
yeah. It was just really funny to me.
Oh my god. This is my my uncle or my cousin.
Which one?
My dad's side. That one. Oh my god, there he is again. Look. See, I can say dragon.
That's the plot of land that my house was built on. We built the house.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. That's why my mom's so confused as to why our house has a driveway like that.
Because it looked pretty flat to me.
Because it was so flat, and then it all of a sudden, like when my mom saw the driveway, she said she like was crying because she was like, "Why in the world is that?" Like, because like that's low-key terrifying. So like,
Were y'all like not checking on?
I don't think she expected it to be that. I don't know. I don't really know. She just did not think that was gonna be it. Because our neighbors across the street had a flat one. Like, ours is by far the worst. There we go. This is my mom with her sister.
Why do like all moms like you look the same?
I don't know. I mean, that was just like the styles here, like
Yeah, like the hair.
the hair thing. Oh my god, she's wearing her letters from her sister. There's one of Teddy's siblings.
Oh,
My mom's in my Facebook group all the time.
do they like play it?
No, but it's just like on their birthdays, it's just really funny because you know they all have the same birthday.
Yeah.
So it's just really funny. Oh my god, Ben! You look really cute.
Right.
He's so cute. He really was the cutest.
Full front yard with trees in the sky. They keep on but trying to hide. There ain't no reason to trust. They take it to time. They don't take it for granted. They don't settle for it. You can't ever take what they hand to the God. Don't take what they hold to your shirt. Then I can block. The show will take what she makes it. And then it's taken a lot. They do it. They say true. It's saying just get the whole lot. And you know the brother. Yeah, he the zones can be supposed to come around my really guarantee, but the whole road. What the fuck from my mind? What's the goals I got to do? That starts to send me out of the if you think I see it's far, just be beast. What look at this thing? I want to find this picture so bad. Oh, here it is. So this is him. When he was like high school.
In high school?
Yeah.
He does not look like you're the big.
Yeah, and then hold on. I'm saving this for later. So that's him.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's me.
You're cute. You're cute. You're cute. Hi.
Oh my God! Why does he have so much more testosterone than me? Like, it makes no sense. Oh my God, we're doing the same face.
Hmm.
We're making the same face, kind of.
Well, yours is dramatic.
Yeah, mine's way more dramatic. But like, no, I seriously think that people's piss off.
No, I'm pretty sure it has.
Yeah, like people just look more punches. And I feel like I should be more like. I feel like I should have more testosterone. But what was I gonna freaking? What? I get
Good for me.
what?
I mean, the roommates do some testosterone.
No,
They're all-
they don't need any more. They don't need any more testosterone.
They're on their periods. That's
Oh my God! Do not give them any more. That's the last.
Well, they've been acting pretty girly, so.
Oh yeah, tell me about that. But fucking God, maybe forget what I was saying. Maybe forget what I said. Really, Sarah. I literally remember.
Something about this.
Oh yeah, he did. He was like, he would work out with like these guys, and he was just like, yeah. He's like, if I didn't get into App State, I would have been like fucking doing so much steroids. And I was like, he was like, I was so close to doing steroids. He's like, I'm on steroids. He's like, I just would have been. He's like, he's like, I saw 2 ways my life can go. And he was like, I was sitting down at the bar. This guy was jacked. He's on steroids. And says, tell me about it. I was like, I'm either going to be that or I'm going to go to college.
It's funny.
I feel like everyone has their like deciding factor. Like, okay, my life is gonna go 2 ways now.
You know, like
Sort of, yeah.
sometimes, at least like,
Well, for me, it was more so like I always was gonna go to college. It wasn't like that.
yeah, but for the more undecided people, I feel like for me, it was like, oh my God, it was like multiple times. Like when I was gonna go to the military, that was one. Well, I guess that wasn't even my decision because I couldn't. But I think the main one was like going back to school or
Mhm.
so. Edie,
Medium.
thanks. No, I realized what Billy and Danny have been like. There's of course there's like, other people, but like they have never let me down. Ever. Like think about it. All the times I've never talked to them. Very bad. Didn't work. What? Yeah. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no. When we the formal.
That I understand. But I did want to go. It's just 2 freaking years in a row. I'm so pissed about it.
Well, it's my first thing.
Yeah. But last year that was more so of a little test. Because I know, but you know.
What? Yeah, yeah, it was like good. You look black's your color.
Everybody's recording. Well, teachers are different.
Cool bag. Bro, when Harrison gets a bike.
So sick of this. My stories has to be a week this week, and it's like, what's this? I'm no one's freaking send me $1. Like,
I'll give you 50 cents.
but it's just like so. I'm not.
Why do you need $1? That's like some change.
Well, it's just like supposed to add up, like a Venmo challenge or whatever. It's just it's not like yeah.
Like that, every other event's worse.
What?
Every other event was like worth it.
Yeah. Like it's
Like what? 50? Like you probably get $50 from that.
I've gotten $3 in the past, and I'm not doing it.
But I'm saying everybody. I'm saying everybody added up.
Like it's
It can't be more. And it's not more than 100.
t-shirts every year because it's like one, nobody sorority is going to buy a t-shirt for another
Sorority.
because I wouldn't buy another shirt for another sorority if it has their letters on the front like that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna do
Make the actual T-shirt.
and that's what we have some t-shirts, just make it like a regular t-shirt and not like a KD
Like
t-shirt.
you're like mascot doing something.
Yeah, or like it's just something
That's fancy stuff.
like I just think it's so dumb. But that's why like I just think like I don't know.
That's what Dennis is like.
You really just need to like look at the process, the system, and be like, okay, why the heck do we actually do that? Because it's kind of dumb.
I'm like, I feel like yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that. Like,
That's what I'm doing, and
that's what I noticed, like, going into, like, at least my fraternity, I was just like, so, like, you'd see, like, okay, like, first, like, this is what people do. And then, like, next year, they do the same good thing. I do the same good thing, same thing. Sorry.
and then you actually think, like, okay, why not?
Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
It's like, and I, that,
It's like, I understand why you have a t-shirt for the event, but like, why do we need to sell 4 t-shirts?
and like, no one's,
No one's going to buy a freaking t-shirt.
and no one's, like, doing anything different. Like, nobody, like, does.
Portions, like, where is it in our bylaws that we have to sell this? Where is it in our bylaws that we, like, you
Yeah.
know, like,
It makes me.
and you can also change the bylaws every year, like, it's not.
Like, I don't know. It's like, fucking think differently.
I know,
And it's like, so, like, I feel like,
I wish I could just do everything.
yeah, honestly, because if you look at, like, people doing their job, you're like, this is how I do it.
Yeah, which is easy to do,
Yeah.
but it's like, but I'm also doing really
It's
good.
not like it's,
Yeah, but
you know, it's like,
Good at everything. No, because it's like I see the people that are stressed out in my position, and I'm like,
so that's why they're not.
I know, like low key, like after doing this, like I think I can kind of do whatever. Like throw anything at me, I can handle it. Yeah,
Like, I think after this year,
I know. Like especially,
everything's gonna seem like a breeze unless you really want to push yourself again.
I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not doing that.
So you know you can.
No, I know that I can, which is a nice feeling, but it's like low key, like working.
You're working too hard.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a perfect like no,
I
work
want to do that.
like do it like.
And then
I'm work like I think I'm really not. If I have my medicine, then I'm not there. But if I don't, then things slows down. You don't mind this. I know. I just like that. I love that. You don't want to do it. But I can't sound cool when I say it. I don't sound cool. He sounds really cool. I'm not talking to singing songs.
or whatever. But essentially, I can handle whatever.
I think we're gonna be.
I think so too. But yeah, I want to go chill. That's
Like something else that frustrates me is like when people like complain.
Cause yeah, like I understand sometimes he's got a vent, but like there's only so much that complaining can do. Like you can't. It's not gonna.
I mean, dude, the list of like why complaining is bad is
You
so.
can complain about complaining, but then that doesn't change.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I understand.
yeah. If I was gonna complain about anything, it'd be about complaining.
No, I understand.
I mean, dude, you live. If you are not like badly deformed, then you have. There's no reason.
But it's also like, yeah, there's already something that feels unfair or whatever, but like, well,
It's just unfair.
that's just
I would accept that is one thing. That's another thing this year is just that shit is just unfair. You gotta work hard with it. It's just like there's no. I'm not gonna. Because that's where I feel like that's where people stop. Right there. Oh, it's unfair. I can't do that.
no. You just have to look at what it is that you can do,
Yeah.
and then
You can still do it. You just work on it. Like you live. I like. There's no reason to be living on like and complain. Like I was talking. Another thing is like when I talk to like these guys, they're like they're here for work. Like they're in America for work. Like yeah, they live in the street. They're they come in and like it's like imagine having to go to another country to work, and then you're like leaving your family behind. And we live.
no. But the thing is like, like actually was like here, like it's really smooth. Everybody loves it. Just like yeah, it just
It's what's it called?
like it's easy.
It's not
To see,
paradise, but it's like
it's easy to see the flaws when you're, you know, when you're looking for them. But there is a lot of like, you know,
like someone said,
Like, it's not perfect, but
like someone I saw a reel and it was like, do you know, like what's the top like how much do you have to make to be in the top 1% of in the world, like worldwide? How much money do you think you have to make to be in the top 1%?
I don't know.
37.
That's not that much.
No, it's not. But you're in the top 1% of everybody in the world.
But then it's also like that's where it comes down to like, okay, how much does that actually mean? Because 30,000, I don't know how much you can really live on that.
Well, yeah,
You know,
no, yeah, but like compared to like, you know, I mean, people that like make like pennies or like dollars a day. You know, I mean, that would at least, I'm assuming like if you're, I mean, if you're smart about it, that would at least get you air conditioning at the very least, or a car to live in at the very least. I mean, it's like, I know it's like, yeah, that's not ideal. Dude, even then, I was not complaining. When I was in the car, I did not complain.
I know, but that's also a different circumstance.
I-
Like you shouldn't have been in that situation, but
No, but I'm fine with it because I'm like, dude, like,
well, yeah, anything's gonna always be
Like, right.
worse, but at the same time, that still looks like a great circumstance.
yeah, but when you get my point,
I know, yeah.
it's way better than so many. They'll be like,
It needs to be 50.
contact comments. That's why I used to get.
So you don't like what?
Or not.
Well, therapy.
It's okay to feel bad.
That's not what my therapist does.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not saying, but it's like they can like a therapist. The job of a therapist is to find out what you.
Yes, but it's also to help you.
But nothing. What if nothing's wrong?
Well, it's not to find out what's wrong. It's more so like how can you handle situations. It's and just kind of like
Yeah,
help
that's
you
true.
with coping mechanisms, the healthy coping mechanisms. And just kind of like there's supposed to be like a neutral third party bias, but it only works if you're fully 100% honest.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Really good.
What do you think about resolution? Some people hate them.
Like I do like music, but then this is where like yeah, okay, the allegations turned out not to be true, but if it was either one girl with 6 different things or 6 different girls with the same thing. But it just that's just where it's like
Yeah, I just like their music.
I mean I've never listened to them like that, but that's where it's like I
I think this is a good song, but I'm not like. I listen to them like fucking freshman.
yeah, it's always those like songs that you forget about.
Right, it's like good.
I was making sure because somebody said it. So I was checking it out.
But then like I get like some like therapists, they're good for some people, not like they're good. My brother wants to be a therapist. So it's like I get it. But it's like at the same time, like what if you solve as a therapist you solve their problem, then there's no problem. Then what how are they
See them on like I don't really need my therapist like I really like
they make less money?
people are there's always gonna be
Isn't that like so? But that is a weird thought you have to admit. I'm not going into conspiracy theory, but I just like now thought of like how weird of a job that is. You're trying to convince them not to hire you again.
like the goal is that there's right now that's not an issue because there's so many people that always like
Yeah.
right now like therapists are like turning people away because they don't have the boss. Like it's hard to get a therapist. So like when a slot is open, you have to like take it. So that way, like it's like that's not an issue really.
I guess that also applies to like, the plumber, you're gonna,
There's always
Fixing-
gonna be
he's fixing your problem, the goal is not to hire. I guess.
yeah, and there's always gonna be something else that breaks, something like that just in the routine or like I know when I have kids, I'm probably gonna need to see a therapist again for sure.
Yeah, I think that,
It's just a lot. It just
you gotta make sure that
Things like that. No, yeah, I just make sure that I'm taking care of myself because I'm no longer a priority when you have a baby. Like that just kind of happens, So that way at least there's someone that's looking out. But yeah. There's just things like that. It's like, if like worst case, like I don't know, like somebody dies, like I know I'm gonna need something, a little extra support just to get it. Knowing my history and everything, that's just kind of but that's just what I know. And I know what I guess also something I need to keep in mind.
something else that always has kind of bothered me is like when they like open up like too quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like they tell you their sob story, like the first like few minutes. And they have
Happy that?
what? No, no. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just, like this like girlfriend of that stuff. I don't know if I asked you to see it.
Well, I knew it was something I wanted to tell you like before,
But also, it's like I get it. It's like fun. It's like opening
but it's also like
feels good.
yeah, but it's like I can't be close to somebody if I don't like that's kind of happy.
Yeah, I guess. I guess it's a little Christmas.
But there's a boundary. Like I understand what it is that you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if it's like too soon. Like on.
So yeah, that's why like I was like waiting for like a good time to bring it up, and then I felt like I waited for like such a long time.
Yeah, it was fine. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't any red flags at all. But
No, but I know what she means.
and they have it down to like a T. Like they
Like
like
song.
like it's obvious that they like told it to like many people. It's like but maybe that's just like little goofball.
Versus
I don't know. Disappointment to his parents.
that's not a very original story.
he did his story was good. He told it very well.
Selling feet pics. Or doing OnlyFans.
That's me.
Oh, I mean, OnlyFans. That's it. Feet pics leads you to be in office. OnlyFans is kind of hard.
I think they wanted it because it was me. They wanted it because it's me. Yes. Whoever it ordered on.
That's kind of
Does Judaism have prophets?
yeah. Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, it's like
Is it like the people that wrote? Like, yeah, I know God wrote it, but like, who did God give it to?
like Joseph, this, Samson. I don't know. They're just like notable people.
Like, there's a prophecy and they fulfill it.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, actually, I guess y'all do. Because there's prophecies like in the Bible. I don't know why. I don't know. Just I don't know why. But
I don't know. I mean, I just think of Samson because
who's Samson?
His story is actually really interesting. Like for prophets, like there's certain rules they have to follow. or whatever, like they can't have, I don't know, they can't cut their hair, have to keep it kosher. I don't really know. There's like a bunch. I just remember like the stories.
Is that what they call what do they call them? Pharisees?
Huh?
No, part Pisces. Not it.
That's the zodiac.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you surprised me with how like open-minded you are. Like very few people, I think, like can have like an opinion and then like when I talk to you, like right now, like I'm talking to you. I told you this before, but it's like very relieving to talk to you because you just like you take it in. Like I know like what you thought before, but then you'll like take in what I say and then you'll think about it and then you'll be like, yeah. Or then like you'll be like, yeah, and then you'll add this. You're like, yes, but like this. But like yes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, that's what's listening.
Where did you learn that?
What do you mean?
Where did you learn to listen?
Um, honestly, it was because listening is more of like a conscious thing. Like you have to like focus on it. Like it's not like you know how like you could just be in class sometimes the teacher's saying something you're not listening at all.
Somewhere else.
You know, like you're hearing what they're saying, but you're not. You're just somewhere else. It's really just. It's really like I don't know. It was in high school when it was like taught to me like during these leadership trainings that my band director would do, which I'm honestly really thankful. Like that's probably one of the best things I think I've ever done. Is like he did these leadership trainings, which was because I wanted to be on the leadership team for marching band. But
Like the smile.
what?
You don't have to smile.
Okay.
I think it's lame.
Think. Oh, because it
I don't think it's lame.
kind of is, but it's like I'm glad I did.
It like
Really like built a lot of like character because that's where I learned like it. That for me, that's what teaches you discipline. Because it's like each time you make a mistake, you got to do push-ups. Each time you make a mistake, or like you show up late, you go run laps. Like that's just kind of like
yeah.
it really if you show up unprepared, then you gotta practice double the time. Like that's what like taught you discipline. And then like the leadership training we did, like he just like it's a lot of like common sense stuff, but
Necessity.
it needs you need it sometimes you need it to be explained.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Where else do you learn that?
yeah, and like I'm so thankful that he did it because I've literally never experienced anything since then like it, where it's like you really like look at situations like kind of
Oh, what's it called? What's it called?
huh?
When you think, it's like thinking, but it's like
Analyze critically thinking.
critical thinking.
Yeah. But I mean it's just like quick enough. Go this to you and then you're throw it back to me.
Okay. Yeah.
Now you know what to expect.
Yeah. Oh my God, are you gonna throw hard?
Yeah, what if I did
Oh,
that?
yeah, yeah.
Then you're kind of like, oh my god. But that's how you create respect. There's consistency. You know what to expect. You know when you see me and I'm gonna throw it to you, you're gonna be able to catch it because I'm throwing it to you. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not that it's just things like that that's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like if you did each time you saw me you didn't know what to expect, you would be kinda like on edge or like you know, you'd be scared.
Like, what is she gonna
You're
do?
not like scared, but like you know, you just kind of be like, oh, what the hell do I feel? So that's why like that's how you like let people relax around you. So like you know when you walk into a room, people know what to expect. That's how you create trust and respect.
That's where you learned it?
Yeah, and I just remember
It's like where your like demeanor comes
yeah. So yeah, that's like no matter what, you always start off a meeting like, hi guys, so happy to have you all here. I'm really whatever, like, all right, so here's what I have on the agenda.
I mean, do you
Let's
even,
get started.
I've seen you fly that to like, even like my roommates.
Yeah.
You walk in, you're like, same thing, same old like,
But exactly, that's how
very good.
that's how you build your reputation. That's how you build like there's a book that's really good. I've only read part of it, but I want to read the whole thing again just because it's like good. It's like Dale Carnegie, and it's just kind of like how to make friends and influence others. And it's like, but it's just like it's so true because it's like the importance of knowing someone's name, taking an interest in what other people have to say, like truly taking an interest in like applying and like listening and seeing like what you can take from it. You know, knowing someone's name, smiling at them, being prepared, like proactive to situations. I don't know, just a lot of like really good things, and there's a lot of like good mottos and stuff that like each marching band season he would like make there be like a motto for like the season. Like freshman year, it was it's not about what you get, it's about what you give, and the more you get is the more you give, and the more you give is the more you get. It's essentially
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
at the end of like marching band every time we would be like set, and then it's like which is like this is kind of how you do it. Well, I would like if I'm an instrument it would be like that, but it's A-frame, shoulders back, chin up. If a bass with a drum major would be like power your feet together, shoulders back, arms up, chin up, eyes up. It's not about what you get, it's about what you give. And then like your color
That's sick.
yeah, like that's how we would end every practice. And it's just it really just like I don't know, like because that's what I like about marching band is that like there's like this militaristic
Yeah,
to it. Like it builds like
but like
because you all have to be uniform, you all have to be
a good marching band, like a good like, well, is marching band like the one that's like in this
yeah, and the stands during football
In the
games,
stand-
and then we go down to
yeah,
reform game.
that's really cool because like I would like, I don't know, I've like seen videos like, like this one guy, like I'm sure you've seen it, like the one guy with the trumpet ship solo, and it's
Yeah.
fucking insane. Hold on, I'm gonna play it.
Let me
Find that dude. He's like,
no, I want to post some
killing it.
videos of me.
But like in like when I first saw that, I was like, holy shit! I was like, that is insane. Like that shit's like moving almost, and I definitely saw why.
No, it's hard because it's like you have to like maintain good posture and all that, and like you're like
Yeah, good marching band can
it's,
fucking
like,
change a game too.
oh yeah,
Like,
and, like marching technique and all that. Like it's a whole like I'm really glad that I did it. Like sometimes I wish I didn't, but I'm glad that I did it.
that's kind of how I feel about Boy Scouts. I mean, I definitely could have gone without it, but honestly, no. Because
Like I think I could have, but no, I couldn't have.
yeah, because I mean, like, dude, I fucking know how to survive, man. Like, literally, that Boy Scouts is the reason why I can, like, or I'm like good at like just thugging shit out.
Yeah.
Like the fucking when I was doing the trailers and it was 25 degrees, like, and I was out there for like 2 weeks and it was like freezing.
Marching man is when I can tough shit out.
Like I was just all the way through it. I was like, bro, this is just
Because
like
even when you're in pain, even when you just keep going, because it's not about you, it's about the whole group.
exactly. I mean, but that's pretty much all I got at Boy Scouts, to be honest. And I got to spend time with my dad, but besides that, sure. Um,
Oh, this is Becca when she was because she was drum major. They need to beat the whole band.
well, I mean, oh yeah, that's right.
Let's just let her getting accepting an award.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that was her at the first competition because she was the only one that went down. But then I went down. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's Becca, Allison. Yeah, so we would all like take turns.
Sick. I can totally imagine you being like. I imagine it being like like a sitcom.
No, because it's like you're together like all the time. Like there, yeah. Especially like senior year when we got a new band director, that was freaking insane.
Oh yeah, and he was like,
Different, like, there's no like now there's no leadership training. Now there's hardly a leadership team. There's hardly so like the experience that I had, my brother doesn't have, which like sucks. Yeah. I'm finding more because 2019 that was a good year.
another thing I'm very happy I did was I savored. I savored my like I knew I was in the good old days. You know? I feel like so many people are stuck in like
If you're savoring now, high school, I was kind of ready to get student.
yeah, honestly, yeah, I guess I am savoring things.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole.
I'm trying. It's something I've been trying to do.
I need to do that.
Yes, the middle. Yes, that's my sister, Casey. That's the long father figure, Casey.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
They're going really good.
What the? Are you making that noise?
Oh no, that's the competition.
They're making that?
Yeah.
In real life?
Mhm. This might be the show where I fell.
What the fuck is that?
Katie. That's the production. I'm gonna fall here.
Where are you?
I can't remember.
Are you playing the flute?
Yeah, I'm about to fall. You're gonna watch me fall. I hit the target and I just fall. Here we go.
Good recovery though.
No, I know. I did
Recovery.
It was my fault because like the color guard like keeps their like flags and stuff that they're not using like underneath the tarps, and they left like a ripple in it. So like I was marching backwards, so I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That
But you know what everybody said to me afterward?
what?
Well, I didn't fall because I heard you fall, so I knew there was something else in the way, and I was like, oh, thanks guys, okay. But if I didn't get like I was gonna get run over. Like because
Yeah, no, you got up, girl.
myself going down, so I was like,
The only reason people can see it is it's fucking big ass goopy head.
you know, yeah.
It's the only reason people can see that you know. Another thing that I think is funny about your fault is that you're carrying the lightest instrument.
It's fine, like, at least like I was able to get to I mean,
But I'm like all people that like
I know,
have an excuse to fall. And, like,
but it was not my fault.
no, it's not. I'm not saying it was your fault. I'm saying it's why you know.
Oh my god, I made like a leap of it because it was
This song is like oh my god, there's 7 more minutes of that.
you literally made like a loop of it
Why? Why'd you do that?
because it's funny.
Okay, well that's good. You're a good sport though.
No, that's all I could do because I mean, but we placed really well at the show, so I was like, all right, fair.
Okay, so but you got points for like your acting.
Well, no, because I recovered really fast, so I don't think we did.
Oh, nice.
So I was like, No, but like the woodwind captain this time, she was mad at me. She was really mad, but like it was not my fault. No, she took it way too seriously. It was like, no, like like when you're marching backwards, you can't see what's behind you.
Yeah, you're playing an instrument and marching backwards. Like, it will be-
Yes. I kind of messed with the plan.
Yeah. Oh my god, it sounds like heavy.
Like I was good, but like it's like you have to be phenomenal. Like you have to be, and like I was like I hear things often, and so it's like I was good, but like yeah.
I think it's Dude, y'all were really good.
No, we were really, really good. And then the band director left, and now it's like, it's a joke, honestly. Like, it makes me sad that Ben didn't have the same experience that I did, because, like, we were good. Like, we placed first and everything. Like, we were good. And then,
You
yeah.
beat Myers Park.
Well, I don't think we ever had the same competition as them. But, like, this is my freshman year show.
Dude, I'd be tripping shit if I heard this music. It's insane. I've never heard a mushroom band sound like that. Your hats are so silly.
I know. This is probably my favorite show. Like, I love this show. Like, it was called One, and like we were all three different colors. Like, woodwinds were yellow, low brass was blue, and then high brass was red, which they have a feature later. So like and then at the end we all come together. Like
There you go. You fixed it. Thank you, Thomas. I'll give you a cookie. Peace.
Can I show you?
Yes.
I know that's the red. Like the grass. And now we're slowly all coming together.
Oh, I know what's doing that.
And now I'm still getting to the hit of the first movement.
Someone just texted. I'm sorry.
Alright, maybe it's over you. For Wakefield.
Oh, my mom says you're so cute.
What?
She says you're cute.
Me?
Yes,
Your mom's watching?
she was. Yeah.
I wonder what I was doing.
What? There it is. It's back.
Oh, no, mom says we're so cute. I don't see the W. Oh. For Wakefield?
And that's the first movement. Now we're into the second movement.
Is he gay?
Here,
You don't think we-
that's a girl.
Does he think like he is?
No.
Is he playing bowling?
Little. Their third movement's my favorite. We're getting it up soon. Oh my god. They would always get on us about the lines here.
That's so cool.
The choreography.
Yeah, flags are cool.
Now in the third movement. We play Imagine by John Lennon. There's a couple solos here. And there's some choreography.
I feel like such a kook dancing in the middle of the field.
Well, they're dances.
Yeah, but like, I'm not. So. Oh, I like this song.
Mhm.
That's you.
Yeah, I'm in the. It's over.
No, I'm just. Hey. Did they switch flags?
Yeah. That's what's like lined up different. And some of them are underneath the text.
They did it very flawlessly.
Mm-hmm. It's all like everything's all rehearsed. This is the fourth movement. This
How
one was
many-
the last. There's only four.
Dude, that's intense.
Yeah.
It's a learn a lot. Sure. How long does it take for everyone to open them?
A while. I mean, you do a lot of it over the summer.
So in 3 months, $400.
The first two movements, and then like you do the second two generally like once school starts. But it's like done in like November 1st, like first weekend.
So like 6 months.
Less, kind of, but
It might be good.
because band camp starts in like August 1st or whatever, and then you just kind of do that for like 2 weeks.
Good.
Yeah, but it was fun. Like it's definitely like that was like all my custom were like it was.
I see how you need the for stick.
Yeah, but like with the commands, like you had to be snappy and like,
Yeah, if one person's off.
you notice. Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's
And then fuck everything up.
like either with the guards or like if they're in the wrong place, I'm gonna fucking like that's what kind of fun goes. Oh my god, I was at the end of that tuba and I had to go from there to there in like 8 counts and it was so freaking hard. That's Katie.
Is he supposed to be there?
Who?
Lady?
Katie, yeah. She had a solo.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, the best shows were freshman and sophomore year. Senior year was not great.
What?
What?
No, like the football, there's like a quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
and then like the quarterback's like the coolest position.
The drum major.
The drum major is like,
You're like the face of it.
okay.
But then like after a drum major, then you have
So like all the girls had a crush on like the drum major.
the drum major was a girl.
Oh.
For all 3 years that I was there. Well, the 3 years that there wasn't marching band season, because junior year there wasn't, so. The drum major was always like, but there was always, yeah. Yeah.
Then like, what's like the Travis Kelce of
The percussionist, probably.
wrestlers?
Yeah. Yeah, they were the cool people.
They're really cool people.
Or like,
They're like, you can't
My-
be in there.
no, they weren't, like, they were cool because they were like so, I mean, it was really fun. I was a freshman, they were these senior guys who were like really, like, they just really were like really great guys. I mean, one of them's married. The other one's engaged now, which is crazy.
What?
I know, but like they were just really, like super friendly, like just great all around guys that like, and like really good leaders. Like they would be like really great, like, and they were just really good at knowing when to be a friend versus when to like tell you to get your shit together and stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool. So like, no one really had like an ego.
You couldn't have an ego. In band, you can't have an ego.
Because you're born.
Well, because you have to, because everything you do impacts everybody else. Like you can't have an ego.
I always found it funny, like you could like tell, like there's like the person that's like proud to be or like proud to be a nerd.
No, there's
You can tell like in their nerd group they are like they're the alpha. And I always thought that was like really funny to watch. Like all the other nerds want to be friends with the one nerd or something like that.
That's not really how it was.
Doesn't matter.
Like there's always those weird people, but nobody likes them.
I never had like a group.
Marching band was the group,
Yeah.
but that's like it's like a in that way it's like a fraternity or sorority because it's like that's we were like what like 50, 60 people that you're with, you know them so what like I don't know, that's just kind of how it is. And that was like where I would go for lunch. I would like spend like the free period there. Like I would hang out after school there. Like even when we didn't have practice, like that was a split. That's where we was. That's where you go.
Like your space.
Mm-hmm. And like you have to be confident in yourself. Like it really makes you like kind of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People in marching band did always seem to be at peace. Like they were always like nothing was bothering them, you know?
Well, everything.
I guess they were worried about other shit.
Yeah, you're worried about because you got all this stuff to memorize and drill to learn. I should probably go home. I have school tomorrow.
Like,
It's not funny. Not funny. I got school.
it's not funny, I've Scoob. No, I'm not laughing. I've Scoob. What's she saying? Or what did she say?
Nothing. I don't know if she's still here.
She doesn't care about it.
And that's so cute.
Big surprise.
Silly boy. What if I got you a new iPad case? Oh wait, no, the Velcro and stuff.
Well, no, I would use that.
What iPad is this?
I'm not sure. Honestly, if you my problem that I have with the iPad
Mm-hmm.
is that I need to hold it, so like maybe
A
easier.
pop socket kind of thing?
Yeah, almost, or like even like a thing that like goes over like a.
Yeah. Well, if you come to my bingo thing, you could win a new iPad. So.
I do need that. I am coming. I need it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I want to head out. So.
All right, peace out, Girl Scout. Thanks for showing me your band stuff.
Why
I love you too. You're silly.
did you call me a Girl Scout?
I said peace out, Girl Scout. It's a saying.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Can you just go? You're missing. No, I'm just kidding.
Just kidding.
Bye.
Bye bye. Love you lots.
Maybe that's too. Goodbye.
Bye bye. I said,
Thanks.
you see a squirrel?
No.
For me.
No. Goodbye.
Bye. Love you. Okay, fuck me, I guess. Bye bye. You gotta unlock it. Bye bye.
Okay, I'm gonna order a pizza. Mm. All right, we're gonna go get something next week.
Hey, can I order something? Yeah, I got you. Can I just get a like half Philly cheesesteak and onion rings? Yeah. It'll, well, I'll get the cheese, green peppers, onions, motherfucking, motherfucking mayo, and yeah, that's it. Oh wait, there's onion jalapenos. Isn't there another vegetable? Green vegetable?
I have banana peppers, they're yellow.
Yeah, banana peppers. And I know I'm supposed to give you my card, but what if I told you it's Griffin? All right, bet. I'll see you in a second. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
See you, Kyle.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice tables.
I'm gonna get a bunch of that. Can't finish it up to computer. Take time. Or I went to the store. Stuff the stuff on like this. I got very much. It is like. No, it's not for them. Well, it looks classic.
La 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 la. Ooh, let's get a mocha. Let's get some coffee. Appreciate it, Brendan. I said appreciate it.
What?
I said appreciate it.
That's you?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Oh, dude, you fucking hooked me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get some ranch.
What?
I'll get some ranch.
You said a couple of them?
No, I said you spoiled me.
Oh yeah, no problem. But I mean, usually I hook you up. I didn't even know it was you.
Yeah, bro, I called in.
I need to start slight people with that stuff coming in.
Yeah.
Are you streaming on your phone when you drive your motorcycle?
Yeah, bro. Look, it actually looks sick right now. Yeah. Look.
Oh shit!
Right.
Hell yeah, bro!
Oh, you're on? Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to beat the rain. Yeah.
Nice fight, bro.
Yeah, appreciate it.
And you know what's true? All do it's not. I didn't want to. I mean, I took up some. Yeah, no. Give me some. I appreciate it. And, sorry, real quick, sir, I'm gonna give you your receipt. It's gonna have your, order number on it.
What's good? Yo, can I get it's like the headache stuff. I think it's BC.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah.
Oh, you want a 6-pack or pizza?
Give me that 6-pack. Hell yeah. Appreciate it.
Send me soon.
My stomach drowned, man. I can't wait for this. Appreciate it.
And coming into the new year, I decided to take a shot at building this. But little did I know, I was walking into my second biggest project ever. Looking at Coruscant, there were 3 buildings that I felt were essential to add into my build: the Jedi Temple, the Executive Office, and biggest of all, the Senate building. Other than that, I couldn't find any official canon maps of Coruscant, so the general city layout would be largely up to me. I picked out this image as a reference to Coruscant and hopped into a world to finally start outlining the city. I placed some circles to mark out the Senate building and Executive Office and began placing the base of other skyscrapers nearby. At this point, I was just eyeballing the scale, and I hadn't quite realized the true size of the city yet. But the Senate building was still a staggering 250 blocks wide. From here, I decided to project each stages one at a time to make it more digestible. But unfortunately for me, the first step was the hardest of them all. I had to build the surface of Coruscant. While the enormous skyscrapers tend to grab your attention, it's easy to forget about how complex the surface of the city is. The planet is covered with hundreds and hundreds of small but intricate structures, and while these wouldn't be hard to build on their own, this city was going to cover millions of blocks, and I didn't have 8 years to spend building different skyscrapers. I was immediately stumped, but I had one idea that I thought just might work. An idea that I got from trees. This is actually the primary mod I use to help me with my builds. One of my favorite features in this mod is the stamp tool, which allows me to copy my tree designs and apply them to a brush, meaning I can literally paint entire forests with ease. But this tool isn't just limited to trees. You can copy literally anything into the brush. And this gave me an idea. What if I built different segments of Coruscant's surface and then applied them to the stamp tool? Instead of painting forests, I would be painting the entire surface of Coruscant with just one tool. For the surface buildings, I outlined 6 different 100 by 100 block grids to build on. I planned to cover each grid with different buildings and apply the 6 grids to the stamp tool once they were done. I figured the best way to start on one of the grids was to just place a bunch of rectangular structures to mark out different buildings. But from here, I was kind of lost on how I should continue designing these buildings. I began adding in some lines that would become indents in all of the buildings because, I don't know, it felt sci-fi-ish to me, but beyond that, I was stumped. So I instantly procrastinated by structuring the rest of the grids instead, which took a few hours. To get some ideas for how to design the buildings, I opened up Lego Star Wars so that I could take a closer look at the surface and get some ideas. Most of the buildings were bland, but I was able to get some new ideas to spice up the building some more. I expanded on the structures of each building to make them less rectangular and bland, and once I felt that the structures were detailed enough, I gave them some proper shading and colors with Axiom, and I really liked how it was looking. Using just this one completed grid, I did a test painting of the surface of Coruscant, and it was already looking really good. So I began to tear through the 5 other grids, but it was slow work. Adding the indents into the sides of each building was very time consuming, and being distracted by the act of streaming made it slower as well. I'm streaming all of my build projects on Twitch from now on, so if you want to catch super builds like this live, my Twitch is linked in the description. Before I can start painting the different segments from the surface, something interesting came up. After somebody in my Twitch chat asked, I got curious to whether or not there were actual canonical measurements for the Senate building. So I decided to Google it. And what I found completely puts my vision of this project on its head. As it turns out, the Senate building is over 2 kilometers wide. Do you understand what that means? Every Minecraft block is exactly 1 meter wide. Because there are 1,000 meters in a kilometer, I would have to make the Senate building 2,000 blocks wide. To put that into perspective for you, this is how big the Senate building would be if it was 2,000 blocks wide. It's literally multiple times the size of the entire city that I had outlined so far. This is what that would look like in a default Minecraft world. And in case this still hasn't gotten the point across to you, I was basing my scale for the entire city off of how big I thought the Senate building was. It wasn't just the Senate building that was going to grow in size, it was literally everything. These skyscrapers that I planned to make hundreds of blocks tall would now need to be thousands of blocks tall. This just went from a fun little project to the biggest build of my entire life in a matter of a few seconds. Well, sorry, I really need to get that up. Okay, so obviously we can't make the Senate building 2,000 blocks wide because I want to be able to load in the complete build without my computer catching fire. But the old scale was definitely too small, so I settled on a compromise. If we can't do a 1-to-1 scale, we'll work at a half scale, meaning our Senate building would have to be 1,000 blocks wide. Now that the final scale of the project is decided, I finally painted the surface of the city. I focused on filling in the areas around the executive office first to finish up the centerpiece of the build. This was the most annoying part of the surface painting, as I had to move buildings around and more carefully place them to avoid crossing over with the roads too much. But as the area began to fill out, it started to look really cool, and this is when the build first started to take shape. It took a good while to fill the area in, but once it was finished, it was looking incredible. But as I moved out to paint more areas of the city, the project finally started to make Minecraft suffer. Not only was I loading in hundreds of chunks at a time to make the process go as quickly as possible, but I was also painting in millions of blocks with one command, which my building server was not happy with. Sometimes I would push it too far and it would end up crashing my server, which would even roll back some of my building progress on occasion. It took a couple of days and there were more than a few server crashes, but finally the surface of Coruscant was painted in. While it did look really cool, right now it was just an enormous labyrinth of small buildings. There was still a lot missing before we could call this build complete. With step 1 finished, it was time to move on to the skyscrapers. While this step was a lot more straightforward and easier to understand than the surface, this one would end up taking a lot more time and effort. I had a 36 million block area to fill out with hundreds of skyscrapers. So you might be wondering how I'm possibly going to build that many. Well, I of course had another trick up my sleeve, a concept known as reusable assets. A lot of video games reuse a lot of their assets in multiple different spots to save them time. Breath of the Wild, for example, has ruin designs that are seen dozens of times across the game. And I planned to use this concept to fill out the city. I can reuse my skyscraper designs in multiple different spots across the world. Now, if I only built like 3 skyscrapers, it would be obvious that I'm reusing the same designs over and over again. But the more skyscrapers I build, the less obvious it becomes. And in case you think you would notice when assets are being reused like this, even Star Wars is doing it. There are reused assets in this screenshot that I just showed you earlier. So my plan was to build around 15 skyscrapers and apply them to Axiom's stamp tool to paint them across the city with the same method as the surface. I decided to break up my designs into 3 categories: larges, mediums, and smalls. And just to remind you of the insane scale of this project, I wanted the smallest of the buildings to be around 300 blocks tall, with the tallest being over 800 blocks. Just look at the size of that in a regular Minecraft world. I can barely fit it on my screen. I decided to start with the small structures before moving to the big ones, so I pulled up this screenshot again and shows some designs to work on. Let's try out this one first. The image didn't give me a clear view of the building, so a lot of this design was up to my own interpretation. This building ended up being a darker gray color for the most part, but I would slowly move towards making the buildings brighter the more I built. Next, I built up their next door neighbor, which ended up being the weirdest of the designs that I made. Because this one was one of the first ones I made, I didn't have a style nailed down yet, so it ended up being one of the more unique buildings of the batch. This was also the first time I used the fairly new resin blocks, which I really didn't like these at first, but I've kind of grown fond of them. This wasn't the last time I would use this block during this project. As I hunted for more skyscraper designs to build, I found this template with a bunch of Coruscant building designs, and I liked a lot of them. I started with this one on the far left, but I would not blame you if you mistook this for the world's biggest jukebox. I was also taking care to add plenty of lighting to the exterior of these buildings to make them glow a bit at night. With these 3 buildings done, I decided the time was right to go up in scale and start building some of the medium-sized buildings. This building here would end up being one of my favorites of the entire batch, despite its simple design. It also just reminds me of Transformers Armada, just like the whole thing. I don't know why. I haven't watched this show since I was a kid. Still using this screenshot as a reference, I built up our second medium skyscraper, which turned out all right, but not one of my favorites. Before I immediately jumped into a different design that would also become one of my favorites. The black structure sticking out of the side of this building is a unique detail that I really enjoyed. This large cuboid building would be the last design I took from this screenshot before I moved on to finding different buildings to make. I set my eyes on this weird cone-shaped building next, but I accidentally gave the cone a 2-block center on my first attempt, which you just never want to do. Don't build on 2 block centers, kids, and stay in school. But I fixed it up on attempt 2 and gave it a real nice grid pattern on the bottom that I liked a lot. This next design was a simple one that I took from Lego Star Wars, which was basically just a non-special filler building for the whole batch. Afterwards, I found another screenshot with multiple designs that I liked, specifically these 2. The first one was a simple tower that acted as another bit of filler between the better designs, but this second skyscraper would turn out really nice. I love the segmented design here, and I think the simplicity fits super well for this structure. The final shading really brought it all together. At this point, we had 11 skyscrapers, coming pretty close to my goal of 15. So I decided it was time to take things up a notch and get into the large building designs. Skyscrapers that stretched over 600 blocks tall. Buildings so massive that they would once again begin to crash my server as I tried to work on them. The first large building was pretty much a design of my own. I took very light inspiration from a screenshot, but I came up with most of it myself. However, I really did like how dark it was in the end, so I would have to redo it to make the color a lot lighter. Next, I took inspiration from this building scene here, and this one turned into the tallest skyscraper I would build for this project. The build limit on my server had already been extended to 800 blocks, but I reached this limit while building the skyscraper. Oh my god, this is build limit. This is the goddamn build limit. So I had to extend the height limit all the way up to 1,024 blocks, which is nearly triple the default height limit of Minecraft. And before you ask, yes, of course this behemoth crashed my server multiple times. Next, I took inspiration from these 2 buildings and ended up making one of the most stereotypical futuristic skyscrapers ever. But it looks cool, so whatever, I guess. Next up was skyscraper 15, and for the final building, I looked at this enormous structure, but I didn't want to make mine quite that large. The structuring took a lot of time for this one, but luckily coloring it was quite trivial, and I somehow managed to get through this one without server crash. I realized while making these skyscrapers that because this project was so massive, it was more like something you should stand back and admire from a distance than get up and close with. Which is why I haven't gotten super nitty-gritty with the tiny details, nor have I done interiors for this. But finally, all of the skyscrapers were complete, and I could start painting them across Coruscant. I painted the area around the executive office first, only using smaller designs here since I didn't want any massive skyscrapers to cover the view of the Senate building. But outside of the city center, I decided to place in larger, tighter clumps of buildings with the areas in between having a few scattered skyscrapers. It took a long while to fill out the city entirely, and I had to go through many more server crashes. And in the end, I had no idea if it looked good or not. I could barely load in a small percentage of the city, and I was playing at 150 frames. The only way to see this build in full would be to download a mod like Distant Horizons, which is something I planned to do at the very end of the project. So we won't know if my plans worked till the very end. But for now, let's finally move on to stage 3. It's finally time to build up the Jedi Temple. While I couldn't find any concrete map for where the temple is in relation to the Senate building, I knew it was somewhere nearby in a secluded area with huge skyscrapers. So I decided to build it down here in this water. The outline for the temple was gigantic, but luckily the building is completely symmetrical, meaning that if I just built one corner of the build, copy and paste the other 3 corners to finish up the entire thing. Once the slanted walls were finished, I added other details to the structure before moving on to the roof. For some reason, the 5 towers up here gave me a lot of trouble. They always looked either too small or too large compared to the rest of the temple. But I finally settled on a design after lots of nitpicking, and after that, we just had to add some proper colors to the temple. Went through a few ideas between lighter and darker colors, but darker grays just didn't seem fitting for the Jedi temple. So we ended up going a lot lighter with the colors. And in the end, I think it turned out really nice. Before we can move on to the final build of the city, that being the Senate building, I wanted to finish up some final details first. There are all kinds of speeders flying through Coruscant in most depictions of the city, so I wanted to add in a lot of these to make the city feel more alive. I copied down a few speeder designs from reference images that I found online, giving each design multiple different colors to add further variation to the collection. After 6 different designs with multiple different colors for each of them, I felt like I had enough for the city. I added in huge bedrock lines going across the entire length of Coruscant, and once again used Axiom's stamp tool to paste in the different speeders across the line, before removing the bedrock at the end to complete a single speeder lane. I added in a few different lanes going in each direction, but because of the way the stamp tool works, I would have to manually rotate all of the speeders that were facing east or west. I didn't want to spam a bunch of these everywhere to avoid overcrowding the build, so there weren't too many speeder lanes. But I did add a larger cluster of these speeders around the Jedi Temple. But for this location, I also wanted some Jedi starfighters flying around, so I got to work designing some of those. These were a ton of fun to make. These have always been some of my favorite Star Wars ships, and the designs were pretty challenging to replicate on this scale. It kind of makes me want to build the entire Battle of Coruscant to the skies above, complete with massive Venators and everything in between. I built a bunch of other Star Wars ships for fun, so if you got any ideas for Star Wars builds, leave them down below and I might just build them. But with the starship's done, I added them around the temple, and it was starting to look really complete. Finally, after almost 30 days of building, we had made it to the final part of the project, a Senate building. Stretching over 1,000 blocks in each direction, being over 500 blocks tall, I knew that this was going to be tough. Not on me. I knew what I just wasn't sure if my server could handle even more crashes. By finding a couple of reference images, I got to work, moving the building into the sky to give myself more room to work with, before messing with the structure to make it more accurate. I wanted to add these large pillar-like structures first, which Axiom Shape Tool made pretty simple. Once that was done, I began to design the sides of the building, which luckily weren't super complex. The bottom layer was mostly empty, and the middle layer had nothing but a bunch of windows, for which I used a bunch of redstone lamps, with some being on and some being off to simulate lights from the rooms inside. The top segment of the building had a bunch of these square-like shapes all around the diameter, which I thought were going to be very tough, but after learning some new Axiom tools, I was able to quickly finish them. With that, I just had to color in the Senate building, adding some gray shade to the main building with a large white gradient for the dome roof. And after giving the building a proper platform to sit on, moved the building back down to the ground. An act that, of course, had to crash the server 2 more times because it just had to get a few more in for the road. After placing in large clusters of speeders around the Senate building, Coruscant was complete. There was only one thing left to do. I spent literally 2 hours loading in the entire map with distant horizons so that we can get a look at what it all looks like now that it's fully complete. It's 2020. During the lockdown, I was completely bored with nothing to do, so I started making Minecraft videos. My channel began to steadily grow as I worked on all kinds of builds in my hardcore world. But after 2 years of this, I got bored, so I pulled out an old idea that I had in the back of my brain for a few months. What if I built all of Breath of the Wild in Minecraft? I had put this idea off for so long because of one simple reason. It's impossible. Replicating every patch of ruins, every settlement, every guardian, that would be hard enough on its own. But how would I even replicate the terrain of Hyrule itself? Breath of the Wild's landscape is massive, making it near impossible to build on its own, especially for somebody who has no clue how to build. But I had an idea. I downloaded a software called Google Painter that allows you to paint your own place. Plan to use this to recreate the terrain of Hyrule. But even with this software, it still wouldn't be easy. Perfectly mimicking the terrain of Hyrule with nothing but perfect rates of terrain just would not be easy. Hey, what's this button do? Import from height map? I guess I'll click it and upload a height map of Hyrule that I found online. Oh my god, the entire terrain of Hyrule. Done. Just like that. What I thought would be the hardest part of this project was complete in the blink of an eye. Maybe I can actually do this. maybe I can actually. No. Are you crazy? Even with this terrain done, this was still a gigantic project. I would have to build every divine beast, every settlement, including this intricate monster. I would have to scour every forest for details and explore the deepest corners of Hyrule to I started by filling in all of the rivers and lakes around Hyrule and fixing up parts of the terrain that were inaccurate. Patching with snow in certain areas and add the correct blocks in some places, such as the sand on the beach. After importing the world into Minecraft and exploring it for the first time, I began to notice that the height map I used wasn't exactly perfect. But I don't have to deal with those problems yet. An issue for future me to figure out. Now that I had a bare bones map of Hyrule in Minecraft, I could move on to step 2. Build literally everything else. Yeah, I was a little bit intimidated. Where do I start? Do I just pick a spot and start building? That felt weird. To me, it made sense to start from the Great Plateau, right where Breath of the Wild first begins. But I needed some basic templates first. There are all kinds of structures across Hyrule that repeat themselves, such as Sheikah Towers, shrines, and of course, trees. I wanted to get some of these built up first, since I would need them for the Great Plateau. I finished up the Sheikah Tower after tampering with the scale a bunch before moving on to the shrines. I do like how this first shrine design turned out, but it ended up being way too big, so I would have to redo it later. Last of the Sheikah tech that I would build up were the Guardians, which did take a lot of trial and error, but I'm extremely happy with how they turned out in the end. The landscape of Hyrule is also dotted with a variety of different trees, so I decided to build the 3 main variants that I would need for the Great Plateau. The pine trees turned out quite well in my opinion, and the oak trees were alright considering that I was trying to mimic the lollipop tree style from the game. But looking back, I'm not as happy with how these birch trees turned out. Turning my eyes to the Great Plateau itself, the first thing I wanted to build were the massive ruinous walls surrounding the region. Despite already building the towers and shrines, this felt like the first true build of the project. But because I didn't have much experience as a builder, working on the diagonal angles was difficult, forcing me to abuse World Edit's rotate command to finish the walls. Once the walls were in place, I went through each one to add cracks and holes in the structure to replicate the ruined look from Breath of the Wild. After adding in all of the trees on the plateau and implementing the snowy mountainous region, it was time to scour the Great Plateau and add every tiny detail from the game. I started with the Shrine of Resurrection since it's the location where Link's journey first begins. Since I had already found a palette for the Sheikah technology, it went pretty fast. And moving back outside across the Great Plateau, there wasn't much in the area aside from small patches of ruins. One of the most important builds on the plateau was the Bokoblin Skull Camp. There are dozens of these things all across Hyrule, so by building one camp, I had essentially built a majority of them all across Hyrule. The Bomb Shrine went pretty fast, and so did the Old Man's Hut. The snowy region of the plateau didn't have a lot to build, but I would have to do my first minor terraforming task to fix up the peak of Mount Hylia, since it looked a bit off before. But there was still one massive build on the plateau that I avoided: the Temple of Time. As I started on the ruins outside of the temple, it began to feel like the first big build of the project. A milestone that marked the end of the beginning of the project. It was super tough to get a design down for the temple that I was happy with, and I had to constantly mess with the scale. Look right. But after the 2 other towers came together a lot faster. I just had to finish up the pointed roofs once they were all complete. The back of the temple was a lot easier to build up, so I moved swiftly on to the interior. The temple has a wide open interior, so there wasn't a whole lot of work to do on the inside, except for the goddess statue at the back. I usually suck at building small-scale statues like this, but somehow I brought this one together pretty quickly, and I really like how it turned out. But with the Temple of Time complete, I had officially built the entire Great Plateau. That went pretty fast, right? With this kind of progress, we should be able to finish the project pretty quick. Until you realize that while I did go over this whole build pretty quickly, it actually took a month and a half to build. I still had very minimal building experience, and as a result, I had to do most of the Great Plateau by hand. Despite the slower than expected start, I was still hoping to have this project done by the end of the year. Spoiler alert, it took a little bit longer than that. At this point, I finally had enough content to make a YouTube video about this and reveal this project to the world. On March 17th, 2022, Episode 1 officially went live. After 2 weeks, the video had amassed about 3,000 views before dying off, and it almost entirely stopped getting views. With college starting in the fall, I would not be able to balance school with a job as well as YouTube. So I was hoping that I could make YouTube into my job now so that I would only have to balance two things, which would be more reasonable. But after 2 months of hard work, it hadn't paid off. And on top of that, an even bigger issue arose. When I began scouting out the rest of Hyrule for my next video, a terrible realization hit me when I reached Kakariko Village. It was too small. There wasn't nearly enough room to fit an entire village here. You might be thinking, well, just expand the area to give yourself more room then. But it wasn't that simple. Remember, I generated the world using an actual height map of Hyrule. So if this was too small, everything else would be too. I did a thorough check of the map, and sure enough, it was obvious. The map was too small, with the only real solution being to restart the entire map. The month and a half that I spent on the Great Plateau would be for nothing. Facing that reality, as well as my own perceived failure with the first episode, beat me down pretty hard. So, I quit YouTube. By the end of May, the video had strangely begun to pick up views again, and it was already north of 10,000 views. This wasn't enough for me to return to YouTube, but I was not prepared for the incoming storm. This is what happened during the first 2 weeks of June. Out of absolutely nowhere, the video exploded. During this week, the video gained over 500,000 views. On June 7th, I was at 2,400 subscribers. 2 weeks later, I had added 30,000.
Holy shit.
You know, this might be enough to make into a job. This unexpected blow up caught me completely off guard. To this day, I still have no idea what actually caused it. But with summer just starting, I figured it was time to return to the project. I didn't care that I had to restart anymore because I suddenly had
Fucking sick.
waiting for the next episode. If it wasn't for the outpouring of support that I got from you guys, I probably would have committed to quitting YouTube and would never have finished this project. But now, well, I just can't keep everyone waiting. I'm back. First things first, I needed to figure out how to tackle the restart of the map. I dug through my old files and found the dusty old map that I used the first time. I re-imported it into World Painter, make sure that the scale was bigger this time, fixed up the messy bits, and put it into Minecraft. Now, this scale is going to work. A lot of my builds from the first attempt would still work on the new scale, so I could just transfer everything over to the new world and reuse them. It was still a pain to put everything back in place, and there were some things that I had to redo, such as the Great Plateau walls. But after some very annoying, very grindy work, it was done. And now that you can see them side by side, it's clear that the first version was way too small. At this point, I also met fellow YouTuber Hauziki, who was coding a data pack to add all of Breath of the Wild's game features into Minecraft. His data pack is going to be implemented into my map when it is finished, so be sure to check out his channel in the description if you want to catch up on that project. Now, where do we move to next after the Great Plateau? Well, I decided to follow the path that most new players take through Breath of the Wild. I wanted to head east and build up Kakariko and Hateno Village. And after that, I'd move north to build Zora's Domain. The domain is one of the most incredible pieces of architecture on the map, and it was easily the build that people seemed most excited for. Because of that, the domain became my next massive goal to reach for, but it would be a long climb to the domain. So let's take it step by step and focus on getting to Kakariko Village. The large batch of outpost ruins sit just outside the Great Plateau, so my first task was to build these up. And little did I know that this was actually a massive step forward in the project. Most of these structures are just reused assets that appear all across the map. Take this small structure on the hill, for example. This building appears multiple times in the outpost ruins themselves, but they also appear all over Central Hyrule and even Akkala. Some of the buildings here even show up as far as the slopes of Death Mountain. So by finishing this massive batch of ruins, I had effectively already finished a large portion of the ruins across Hyrule. Even this bridge that I had to build next is a reused asset, appearing outside of the Colosseum and Kakariko Village. I was now within view of the Dueling Peaks, an iconic mountain structure from Breath of the Wild. The terrain leading up to the mountain was mostly empty. There was a large tree stump, another Sheikah Tower, some enemy camps, which doesn't sound like a lot of work, but considering how inexperienced I still was, it was slow work. There were also plenty of bridges to build up in the area, which were pretty fun to work on, but I did struggle on a couple of them due to the weird angles, since I still did not have much knowledge about how to work with different angles. But one of the most tedious tasks at the time was placing in all of the trees. The method I was using to place trees was pretty simple. A tree, apply it to 4 different tools with a different rotation on each tool, repeat that with every tree design, filling out the inventory with tools, and then start right-clicking with different tools to put them in place. Did you get all that? Obviously, this was super tedious and annoying since I was literally placing every tree one at a time. But there wasn't any other way for me to do it. As far as I was concerned, I would have to place every tree on the map using this method. But after finishing up the forest, I was on to the Dueling Peaks. And if you thought the trees sounded like a nightmare, well, buckle yourselves in, because the Dueling Peaks revealed what was probably the biggest problem with the world of Hyrule. This is what the Dueling Peaks look like in Breath of the Wild. And here's what they look like on my Minecraft map. So why does mine look nothing like what it should? I generated my world using a literal map of Hyrule, so theoretically my terrain should be 100% perfect. However, look at this overhanging cliff. You see how there's air beneath it? Well, how does the two-dimensional map I used know that there's air beneath the surface? Well, it doesn't. Because of this, when I generated the world, any overhanging structures in Hyrule just didn't generate. My Dueling Peaks look so bad because none of these overhanging rocks generated. And that means I have to build them myself. That already sounds bad enough when looking at the Dueling Peaks, but it gets even worse. There are overhanging cliffs all over Hyrule. Loimus Mountain, Hebra Peak, Rito Village, Death Mountain. All of these structures and much more were completely missing because of this overhang issues, meaning I would have to terraform all of them myself. Luckily, with World Edit, I could pretty quickly create structures by placing massive spheres, but it wouldn't be pretty, and I'd have to manually smooth them out, which was super time consuming. But I had another trick up my sleeve. The problem with this method is that I can pretty much only place massive spheres, which obviously don't look good. But if I place spheres of sand, they would fall to the ground and the structure would naturally smooth itself out because of block gravity. This trick would allow me to quickly terraform lots of rocks that were missing from the map, but this still didn't solve the overhang issue, because obviously the sand falls. But what if I make a massive mound such as this, change the sand to a solid block, and flipped it upside down to get an overhang? This was the method that I used to tackle the Dueling Peaks, which was definitely the best option I had at the time, but it still didn't turn out that good. It's nowhere close to being accurate to Breath of the Wild, but for the time being, I moved on and made a mental note to redo them later. On the other side of the Dueling Peaks, I encountered my first stable, which was definitely a major thing to build up. I was super excited for this, and despite the horse head giving me a bit of trouble, I got there in the end. All stables are identical, so I was able to reuse this design all over Hyrule. And after building up Fort Hateno, I followed the road north to build the first major settlement of the series, Kakariko Village. I started by outlining where every building in town would go, a process that I would do for pretty much every settlement on this map. I designed Impa's house first, which was definitely the most complicated design, but also the most interesting one. This set the block palette that I would use for the rest of the buildings. There were only a couple other house designs across the village, for which the roofs were very tricky to make, but other than that, the buildings weren't too hard. And yes, by the way, I did build every single interior in the town, and I would be doing that for every single building on this map. With the interiors done, I swept across town to add all of the smaller details to make the town feel more alive, completing the village. But just outside the town was the first Great Fairy Fountain, which I built up with relative ease. Again, all the fountain designs are identical, but I would have to change the color for future designs. With our first major settlement complete, I had taken yet another important step towards my goal of Zora's Domain. While it was tempting to keep moving north into Lanayru, I wanted to finish up the rest of Necluda first, which meant we would have to head east from Fort Hateno. I encountered a massive cliff overhang that I would have to build just past Fort Hateno, but unfortunately, due to its weird shape, I couldn't use the upside down sand trick from before. Because of this, I had to manually smooth out the entire thing, which was a massive pain, but it was only a small taste of what I would face in the future. The rest of the Necluda area was pretty empty apart from a Sheikah Tower and some small patches of ruins, but again, most of the ruins were just reused assets. For Hateno Village, I once again started by outlining all of the buildings, most of them being on a weird angle that made things a little more tricky. But there were only a few different building designs throughout the village, as most of them were copy-paste, which is going to be a recurring theme throughout this world. The colors and style of these buildings also didn't allow me to get very creative with a block palette. There were a couple of unique buildings in the center of town though, which were my favorite of the bunch. After building the windmills and adding all of the smaller details around town, the village was complete, apart from the ancient tech lab. Looking back, the lab, or at least the telescope, is something that I'm not too happy with nowadays. But if I start redoing all of these old builds, I would never stop and this project would just continue forever. At this point, 2 entire months had passed since the first video blew up. 5 months since I first posted it. In early August, I finally had enough content to make a sequel to the first video. Most people seem to assume that I wouldn't continue with this project, let alone finish it, so I'm sure the sight of a second episode was pretty shocking. My channel got another explosion and my subscriber count doubled, confirming to me that this could actually be my job now. Which came at a perfect time because despite the smooth sailing so far, a major obstacle had just presented itself. By now, I was just a few weeks away from college, and I knew that dealing with school would give me a lot less time to work on the map. But for now, my plan was to build my way north and complete Lanayru next, ending off with Zora's Domain and my first divine beast of the project, Vah Ruta. Before college began, I did manage to squeeze in Lanayru Promenade, an area just east of Kakariko Village that leads to Mount Lanayru. This was a super fun build to make, despite how tricky it was due to its limiting block palette. But without knowledge of proper commands that could help me, outlining everything by hand was a bit annoying. But it kinda evened out because there were a lot of reused assets in the area. Getting to Mount Lanayru, we encountered our first dragon of the project. Because yes, I did want to build the 3 elemental dragons that you can find roaming across Hyrule. The only problem was that I suck at making dragons. This is the only one that I had ever tried to build up until this point, which obviously didn't turn out that great. But luckily for me, right around this time, I saw this guy in my Discord server who had just made an incredible Dinral build. So I DM'd him and was like, I suck at dragons, can you please help me? And he agreed. Hyrath was the first official builder to join me on this project, but there would be a lot more to come. I instructed Hyrath to build Naydra in its corrupted form atop Mount Lanayru, so he got to work pretty quickly. Despite the tight scale, he was able to make the dragon look incredible. With this outlier bit of terrain completed, I moved back west to work on the Lanayru wetlands and follow the road up to Zora's Domain. The peak of the mountain was drawing ever closer. The wetlands had small bridges reaching across the water like spiderwebs, with small patches of ruins placed around the various islands. This was the first big batch of wooden-style ruins that I built for the project, but a lot of them would be reused all across Hyrule, just like the outpost ruins. Since Hyrath had joined to build Naydra, it kind of opened the floodgates for me to invite my other friends to help me build as well. It would be impossible to go over what each builder did at every step of the project, so instead, I'm going to list off all of their major contributions whenever a builder is introduced. Ghostly would help with rock structures in Lanayru, the dueling peaks, and many more areas of the map, while Alfie would mainly focus on cleaning up blemishes and terrain mistakes all across the world. Ombrain specialized in interiors and smaller details, eventually helping out with nearly every settlement on the map. Ezio helped with a lot of different odd jobs all across Hyrule and most of the settlements that we'll get to, as well as ensuring that every single Korok puzzle would be placed around the map. These were just the first builders to be added to the project at this point, and as a team, we moved into Lanayru. The base of Lanayru Tower had some of Zalfo's camps blocking the road, which was our first build as a team, and the camps turned out quite well. I designed some of the large bones in the area, which would be reused many times around the map, before we moved on to the Sheikah Tower, adding all of the small details around the area. The bridge where you first meet Sidon also sat below the tower, which was the first bit of Zora architecture that I would actually build for the project, setting the block palette for their designs in stone. Moving further along, however, a new problem was presented to us. Across the parts of Hyrule that we've built so far, they all have a simple gray palette for all of the rocks and cliffs of the world. But Lanayru is the first region in which it changes to a subtle blue color. The problem I had with figuring out block palettes like this is that, well, I'm colorblind. So oftentimes I just had to trust other people that the colors we chose looked good because I literally couldn't trust my own eyeballs with this. We painted all of the cliffs with a lighter blue color, planning to add the darker blue splotches later. We are just within arm's reach of Zora's domain by now. The rest of the road was simple for a while, with only small details here and there, as well as some copy-pasted bridges. But being in the valley of the domain presented a new problem to us. This part of Lanayru has all kinds of protruding rocks and cliffs, and you guessed it, those are overhang. We didn't have to terraform all of these ourselves. This is where the pain of terraforming really set in. It was already super tedious work in Includa, but now it was on an even larger scale. It'd be hard to push through. But we slowly made progress finishing up the valley and properly coloring the cliffs. Since I started the project, Zora's domain was the build that I was most excited for. And it took me 7 months to finally make it here. But I was super excited to get to work. Did I know I was walking into the hardest build I had ever had to work on? The big fool with the domain is its symmetry. The left side is identical to the right side. How is that a problem? I hear you asking. Theoretically, I just have to pick one half and then copy it over since it's symmetrical. Well, there's one big problem. The domain isn't on a 90-degree angle. It's more like a 22-degree angle, meaning our line of symmetry isn't straight, it's diagonal. And because of this, we can't simply mirror the same design across the line. This meant that we would have to build each side of the domain separately with different shapes while still making it completely symmetrical. This became a massive problem as we started on the outer water paths. Due to the wiggly path that they took, it felt impossible to make them look symmetrical due to the tricky angle. After a ton of time, we finally got them to look decently symmetrical. We moved on to the central plaza next, building up the round staircase with relative ease. Olbrins made sure to finish up the beef statue and worked in the shops nearby, as I moved upwards to complete the next section of the domain. Things got really difficult again, as replicating the designs while trying to work on the strange angle was super tough and demoralizing. Although it may not look like it, we had spent days on the domain at this point, and I was super demoralized after struggling with the angle for so long. I couldn't come up with anything that I liked anymore, so I ended up taking a break for a week. Before I came back with a new idea. Instead of continuing to struggle on the weird angle, I would build on the regular 90-degree angle and then use world edit commands to rotate my designs to fit the correct angle. Things went a lot smoother once I started using this method, and I felt like I had revived my building skills in a way. The designs were still tough to replicate, and I had to restart once or twice to fix the scale, but it was much more bearable now. I thought the giant fish above the throne room would be super tough, but it actually came together pretty naturally, and it was a ton of fun. Figuring out the colors did take some time though. After a few weeks of work, the domain was mostly complete at this point. We were still missing the outer ring surrounding the main build. I was able to knock this ring out in a single sitting because it was entirely symmetrical, meaning I only had to build 1/8 of it before copy-pasting it across. Because this design was circular, I didn't have to worry about any weird angles affecting the build. But with that, Zora's domain was complete, making for one of the prettiest builds I've ever worked on. I had expected the domain to only take a few days to complete, finishing it around the end of September. Instead, it took up literally all October. There was still some more stuff to do in the area and lots of terraforming as well, but that only took a few more days. And by now, I was ready to build our first divine piece of the project. I was looking forward to this. Because I was foolish and inexperienced, I didn't really think to build a skeletal outline to make sure I had the right scale, and instead just started designing from the feet up. Luckily, it turned out mostly okay, and I would only have to make minor adjustments to the scale. Most of the structure for the beast came together easily until we got to the head. For some reason, I was trying to freehand the shape of the head until I realized that I could just start with a massive sphere and morph it into what I needed. I would have to redo the head though because it turned out too small, but with the ears and eye in place, most of the body was finished. The trunk wasn't that difficult now that I knew how to use more world-edit commands. The interior only took a few hours. Because yes, we did do the interiors for the Divine Beasts as well. From the massive terraforming tasks to the difficulty of my colorblindness, and of course, the hell that was Zora's domain, this was easily the toughest stretch of building I had ever done. But Lanayru and I placed most of the bodies finished. The trunk wasn't that difficult now that I knew how to do it. the story interior. So to be wondering how I was able to work on the map so much when I was still dealing with college. But to tell you the truth, I stopped going after my first week. You might be thinking, hey, that's pretty stupid. And you know what? I agree with you. That was extremely stupid. But even without YouTube, I don't think I would have made it through college. School was never really my strong suit, and I didn't really know what I was studying in college for anyways. I didn't have anything that was interesting me. What I did know is that I had always wanted to be a YouTuber, and now I finally had that chance. I can always go back to college, but the chances of another shot at YouTube were very slim. So I decided to focus on this while I can, and if it doesn't work out, I'll just go back. Which means that from now on, I'm officially all in on YouTube. I financially depend on this stupid project. There's no more turning back. I have finally ascended the mountain and reached my goal that I set at the start of the project. And looking ahead, there didn't seem to be anything on the map that would be harder than Zora's Domain. I thought that I had certainly finished the hardest part of the map. But little did I know, Zora's Domain was far from the hardest challenge I would face on this project. And as I moved ahead into the next few regions of the map, the cruel reality of the project set in. With Lanera finished, this is how much of the map we have completed so far. A good chunk, but still far from the end. And without much progress happening through December, we moved into 2023, marking an entire year since I first started building the map. My original goal to finish this by the end of the year had obviously not been met, but I was pretty confident I could finish it this year instead. Following the completion of Lanayru, I had two options. I could either continue moving north and loop around the top side of Hyrule, or I could head south and do Faron, wrapping around the map in the opposite direction. I let my audience vote for what region they wanted to see next, and Faron barely won the vote. I didn't realize it at the time, but this changed the course of the project for the better, and saved me weeks, potentially months, of extra work. Following the request of you guys, I headed out from the Great Plateau into Faron, starting with the Bridge of Hylia. For some reason, I always enjoy building bridges on the map. This is the first one that I really did not like. I had a tough time outlining it, but the entrance gates to the bridge did turn out alright. My inexperience also made it difficult to properly space out the support columns for the bridge, which had some extra time to build. But after I finally figured it out and added some final details in place, the bridge was complete. As I worked on the area surrounding the lake tower, now is a good time to introduce the new builders I brought on once we started Faron. So various different ruins around the map, as well as parts of Hyrule Castle. Mono helped a lot with the Zonai ruins, Lurelin Village, and some ruins of Gerudo as well. Toby would help a ton throughout Faron, Tabanda, and would also go on to help with parts of Hyrule Castle. Goat helped so much in pretty much every corner of the map that it would be faster to list the parts that she didn't contribute to. So it's probably safe to assume that she was there for almost every major build on the map. But anyways, as you've seen, we've completed most of the area around Lake Tower, so I moved into these woods where the Zonai ruins began. A lot of these ruins, such as the first tower, would appear all across the jungle of Faron. So I once again would have a bunch of assets to copy paste around and save myself time later. But apart from a couple things, most of the ruins in this area were pretty simple. But moving into the jungle, things got a little more complex. Way back when I started this project, I only built the main 3 tree types, so I needed to figure out the design for these trees. The jungle trees ended up being my favorite from across the entire project. Something about them just looks so good to me. I can't believe I did this good of a job on them. But before I added all the trees in place, I wanted to finish the Zonai ruins first, so that the trees wouldn't be in the way of the building. The first enemy camp is one that shows up in a few different spots on the map, but most of the ruins below were unique. I had to build up the Zonai dragon heads and some various other designs and enemy camps as I followed the river north. We also had to do quite a bit of ruination for the build in this area. At the end of the river was the Spring of Courage, guarded by a massive dragon statue. This dragon school was a ton of fun, and the first time that I ever had to actually make a statue of this scale before. And to my surprise, I was able to finish up the claws on either side of the head pretty fast as well. After finishing up the spring itself, I backtracked to add the thick jungle cannon. turning this into one of my favorite looking spots on the map. The Fairwood region had always been a part of Breath of the Wild that I never paid much attention to, but as I continued working towards Laurelin Village, it quickly became my favorite region in the game. I gained a new sense of appreciation for the jungle region, and as a result, it also became the most fun part of this build project for me, and would remain my favorite all the way until today. Finishing the main bridge near Floria Falls and implementing the jungle trees is one of the most memorable parts of this project for me, and I'm not even entirely sure why. I just really like Fairwood. However, this would be the last time in which this project positively affected my outlook on Breath of the Wild. I thought I had passed the most difficult part of the project, the Sora's Domain, but what was waiting for me on the horizon was a far bigger threat to the completion of the map than the domain ever was. The signs of the impending nightmare had not yet begun to show themselves, so I was able to peacefully enjoy the Fairwood region, oblivious to what was waiting for me above. For now, it was time to build our second dragon, Farash. This time, I put on my big boy pants and decided to try and build a dragon on my own. We got a general body shape down and added all of the spikes to the back of the dragon before adding a vibrant green color to it all. I read 3 words in Old Dragon and designed a piss to work for Farash, while I finished up the legs, which did give me a bit of trouble. But once that was wrapped up, Farash was complete. The rest of Fairwood was pretty barren, with only the 3 brothers and some wild terraforming. But we did have to design some palm trees to add around the shores of Hyrule. They were tough at first, but it didn't take too long before we got the formula down and were able to make some solid designs. The Ocean's Edge did have some enemy camps and other minor builds, but nothing that took too long, and we moved straight into Laurelin Village. As it turns out, pretty much every single building in the village is the same design. So, after just this one building, most of the village was just complete. There were still a couple other unique building designs, which were kind of shaped like boats. These 2 were much more fun to build up. These were a bit trickier than the other design, but not by much. Once we finished up the interiors, we added all of the smaller details around town, making it one of the fastest settlements that we've completed on this project. Next up, we had made it to Eventide Island. However, there wasn't much to actually build on the island apart from some copy-paste enemy camps, some copy-paste of ruins, but basically just a bunch of reused assets. But with the completion of Eventide, we have finished another region of the map for just a couple months. Yeah, while it does feel like we're progressing pretty fast in this video, you have to realize that there are hours and hours of work being condensed into just a few seconds. This video is close to showing the full scale of the project and does not show everything. So if you're interested in a more in-depth explanation of the building process, you can check out there are 8 episodes, each focusing on a different region. By now, in March 2023, we were just a few months away from the release of Tears of the Kingdom, the official sequel of Breath of the Wild. And the question that's probably on a lot of you guys' mind is whether or not I'll be doing Tears of the Kingdom. But before we can probably discuss that, we need some extra context from the rest of the project. So we'll talk about that later. But before Tears of the Kingdom released in May, I wanted to finish up the entire Gerudo region, which it's not going to get plenty of time for. But then I decided to spend the entire month working on another video to rebuild Skylocks, and suddenly we only had a month left to accomplish my goal. But unfortunately, as I began on Gerudo, the true antagonist of the project began what it is. Starting from the Great Plateau and moving into Gerudo, the first stop along the way was the Colosseum. The design was pretty simple considering it was just a massive circle, but the interior was tough to squeeze everything in. Outlining the different floors and especially the staircases was pretty difficult, but soon enough it was finished, and the rest of the island around the Colosseum was pretty empty with lots of small ruins and finishing up the nearby stable and the smaller details around it, put on to Tinkar's suspension bridge, where it was once again faced more terrible troubles as the island all missing. The good old sand trick helped me a little bit, but I had to do a lot of maintenance as well. Once the islands were finished, though, we added the bridges between them, which were simple designs composed of dark oak wood. Going into the Gerudo Highlands, I needed a good block palette to match the sandy colors of Gerudo. But partially due to my color blindness, I really struggled to find anything that matched the right color, and I ended up settling on this super gross orange palette. I didn't like it, and nobody else did either, so I swore to come back one day and change it. A dreadful task that we encountered here in the mountain. And something about this task was just so it was tedious, it was boring, and there was so much of the scaffolding that it just felt like it would never end. As I began to work on the scaffolding, I began to get this feeling that I just didn't want to work on the map anymore. Throughout the year that I've been working on this project, I maintained quite a bit of motivation. But for the first time since the initial restart, I felt my motivation waning. Now, I found myself having to force myself to get online occasionally so that I could get something done, which I had never had to do before. Looking back, these were clear signs of an impending burnout, but not knowing it at the time, I continued to push through, which would only make it a lot worse in the end. With the scaffolding and sheet tower put in place, I wanted to move south and finish up the labyrinth in southern Gerudo Highlands. In this area was the first labyrinth that I built on the map, so I didn't really know how to tackle it. I decided to get a rough outline for the maze before designing the walls, giving it a sandy brown color to match the desert area. After building up the outer walls, since the corners of the maze are all symmetrical, I copied the design that we had completed to all of the others before going through the maze on foot and making it entirely accurate to Breath of the Wild. This probably took longer than you think it did. Moving further along, there was a large quarry to the entrance of the desert, which housed one of the many stables found across the map. The blocky gray stones did look weird at first, but in the end, I think they turned out quite cool. There was a massive rock pillar that we had to terraform as well, and some bridges up the top of it. Our first stop in the desert itself was Karakara Bazaar, for which I built a large rock structure first. It was tricky to get the shape right because the thin middle section made it look like it didn't inside. That's how it is in Breath of the Wild as well, so I stuck with it. The rest of the bazaar was simple and empty though, but we did have to reuse our palm tree designs here. The Eastern Desert also contains the 7 heroine statues, something that I expected to be super difficult, but in reality, they weren't too bad. For a lot of these desert ruins, I used red sandstone instead of the regular kind because I didn't want it to blend in with the sand. But later down the line, I changed my mind and I would end up coming back through to change a lot of it back to regular sandstone, including these 7 statues here. Apart from some other small bits of ruins and bone structures that appear all over the desert, there wasn't much else significant in the area, apart from the Gerudo great skeleton. I had already designed some bones earlier in the desert, so a lot of these were reused assets. The head, of course, entirely unique though, but the smoothing work wasn't too bad and it turned out alright. We used a mix of white blocks like calcite to properly color these bones. Now, the entire desert was complete. All that remained was Gerudo Town. I had expected Gerudo to be a breath of air compared to the rest of the project. It ended up being my least favorite part of the map so far. Despite the incoming release of Tears of the Kingdom, the extra hype just didn't drive my motivation to keep building. Instead, I felt pressure to finish Gerudo on time, forcing myself to work on the map when I didn't want to, which began to sour my attitude towards the map. Despite that, I kept going and was determined to finish Gerudo before Tears. Gerudo Town was at a 45-degree angle on the map, which may sound bad when you remember the 22-degree angle of Sora's Domain, but 45 degrees is actually perfectly fine since the line of symmetry at this angle does allow for designs to be mirrored perfectly across. And also, Gerudo Town isn't perfectly symmetrical anyways. The town was easy enough to outline because the height map actually generated some good markings for where the town should go. And apart from the interiors, there wasn't much design work that needed to be done here. A lot of the walls were just plain sandstone without much texture. The main plaza did have a lot of market stalls that I had to design, but they weren't that big and some of them were duplicates. After the northern side of the town was complete and once all the interiors were finished, I moved on to the main palace. After outlining the main structure that was a little more complicated than the rest of town, I got to work on the side buildings. The armory was a bit of a tight squeeze, but luckily we made it work. On the other hand, the sand seal area was extremely simple. The throne room was a quick interior to build with the stone statues being the only hard part. And Riju's bedroom above wasn't that tough either. Once the town was complete, I was able to move back outside and add the rocks above the town, which required a lot of manual smoothing. These type of rocks that were unique required a lot more work than just the generic mountains and rocks of Hyrule, but once we had added color to the outer walls, the town was finished. Another settlement to mark off our map. The Gerudo Highlands still needed to be completed, but they were pretty much completely empty. There's like nothing up here apart from some copy-pasted enemy camps. The only noteworthy build in this area is the Yiga clan hideout. There was a lot of terraforming to do in the valley leading up to the hideout, but there wasn't anything to really build outside. I mean, it is supposed to be secret, so it makes sense. I don't usually do interior work because I'm bad at it, I took the initiative here. The first room was the most difficult with miniature versions of the 7 heroines, but the other rooms inside turned out quite good and weren't too hard to build. This was certainly a unique build compared to everything else we did in Gerudo. The Master Koga arena doesn't really have anything going on either, apart from some hanging streams and a little design around the castle. And finally, the only build left in Gerudo was the second Divine Beast of the project. I was still too stupid to make a proper skeletal outline for Vaughn and Horus, making the legs extremely tricky to design as we moved upwards. But once we got up to the main body, maintaining the scale of the Divine Beast was pretty trivial. I followed the same method as I did with Baruta, fixing up the base of the legs and then working my way up the side to complete the main torso. The design of Namor's back was a lot easier than Bruta's, but once the tail was finished, things got a little harder. The neck was super tricky to get looking right. I thought this bird design was good, so I moved on to building the head, but once I saw the whole thing together, I realized it looked really bad. So I revamped the neck, making it thicker at the base, and it suddenly looked a lot better. The interior was a super tight squeeze, but we knocked it out in just a few hours. Now is a good time to mention, we did build all of the Blight Ganons later on. I built Water Blight on stream once, Goat built Thunder Blight Ganon, and Ombrains took care of Fire Blight and Wind Blight. With the forest complete, I had finished Gerudo just before Tears of the Kingdom, uploading episode 5 just a few days before its release. Considering my waning motivation, I figured that now was a good time to take a break from the project and focus on the new game. Little did I know, things were about to get so much worse. After playing Tears, I extended my break to build the Great Sky Islands from that game in a separate video. By the time I finished up that video, it was late in July, over halfway through the year. Surely I can still finish the map before the end of 2023, right? I mean, how much more of the map do I really have to build? Oh, half the map is still missing. I might not actually be able to finish this by the end of the year. Imagine you just spent a year and a half of your life going through this map, going through everything that you just saw. And by the time you're finally losing interest and just starting to get sick of the map, you find out that you're only halfway there. I tried to get back into the project in early August, but I just couldn't do it. I was so uninterested in the map that building for more than 15 minutes felt exhausting. I had just encountered the biggest roadblock of the project, something that most people who work on creative projects have probably experienced before. The thing that we all fear the most, burnout. I had used all of my steam getting through Nakoda, Lanayru, Baron, and Gerudo. And on top of that, my 3-month break from the project didn't even feel like a break because the Great Sky Island just felt like another build for the project. And so I decided that the healthiest option to keep myself sane was to extend my break from the map and focus on some other things. Last time I met a fellow creator mode YouTuber named Shelf, who showed some new building mods that I didn't know about. While a couple of these tools were really nice, most of it just wasn't what I needed for this kind of project. But it wouldn't be long before the truly revolutionary mod for this project came along. To test out these new mods on a new build separate from my main project while on break, and it was a total breath of fresh air. At the end of August, after spending almost an entire month away to learn these new tools, I knew that it was time to return to the project. I was still dealing with intense burnout, but I had an idea to help me overcome it. If I wasn't enjoying the building process of the map anymore, what if I started live streaming the project to give myself a new outlet to enjoy the project through? Going into Tabantha and Hembra, I decided to live stream every single hour that I spent building on the map. And it certainly helped me out. Satori Mountain was the first build that I tackled upon my return, which required some minor terraforming at the peak. The sandy rock color of Tabantha, I agreed to use one of my new mods to apply a green, which turned out pretty cool. This palette of strip oak and sandstone would be used throughout all of Tabantha. The Sanditon Park ruins also sat nearby, the only tricky part of them being the horse statue in the middle. Once we had figured it out, though, the Satori Mountain area was complete. Into the ridgeland, I built up large mushroom trees that scattered the area, making a few different shapes and sizes to fill out a proper mushroom forest. The nearby Thundra Plateau was just a bunch of reused assets from Baron, so there was almost no new building here. And with all the mushroom trees in place, there was really only one other build in this region. the Breach of the Mines. I used one of the new mods that I learned to terraform the large spikes just a little bit faster than the world that it would have allowed me to. The color was really tough to figure out, eventually settling on a lighter sandstone color with darker splotches of opal. Moving into Tabantha, the large bridge outside the stable was finished up by Ezio, and I decided that this bridge would be a good spot to build our third and final dragon of the map, Didral, since this is pretty much the main spot that most people find it at. Shovel, the YouTuber that showed me all the mods a little bit ago, logged on to help out with the head of Didral, which worked out well since I don't think I would have been able to make it look nearly as good as he was. Meanwhile, I worked on the main body, adding the spikes to the back and deciding on block pallets for the dragon. Shovel finished up the head with some final touches and streaks of fire coming out of the mouth, while I worked on the legs and claws with some other builders. With all the final details in place, I think this turned out to be the best dragon build out of all three we've done. At this point, I had been streaming almost every day for 2 weeks straight, and while it had helped to ward off the burnout, my new problem was that I was getting burnt out from streaming. Consequently, the streams screeched to a halt, but I had gotten the ball rolling on the map again, and I was closing in on Richo Village. Being able to build another main settlement was a good bit of motivation for me, and luckily for me, there was another big motivating factor that had just recently hit the scene. This was a revolutionary mod for building, with so many crazy features that I can't possibly list them all. But there was something that I immediately realized it was terraforming. For nearly 2 years at this point, I had been terraforming with painstaking methods, such as falling sand or just doing it all by hand. But with Axiom, just quickly draw some smears to get a structure down. It doesn't look very natural? No problem. Just use a quick brush to make it look better. Is it too smooth? No problem. Just use a roughened brush to make it look a bit rockier. Also, remember how I had been adding every single tree on the map one at a time? Well, with Axiom, I could literally paint an entire forest in seconds. Axiom had completely trivialized some of the most tedious tasks on the map, which were going to be a huge help for me soon, considering there were entire mountains missing in Hebron. This, along with the incoming Rito Village build, gave me enough steam to push a little further ahead. Heading toward the Tower, I got to use my Guardian Skywatcher designs for the first time ever, before building the ancient ruins in the nearby shrine. There was another Great Buried Fountain nearby, but I already designed these, so I just had to change the color. The area around the Sheikah Tower was pretty barren, with some copy-pasted pillars and pools of malice. This is when I first began to use Axiom lore to give the flat, boring cliffs of the area a bit more shape to them, which really helped the area look a lot more complete. Only a little bit of cleanup work to be done. Quickly on to Rito Village. I've been suffering through the western side of the map for weeks now, only getting little bits of enjoyment out of the project here and there. So I was hoping that building up a main settlement again would be a highlight and rejuvenate my spirits a little bit. But unfortunately, due to some circumstances that I can't really talk about here, this build ended up getting completely sour for me. The entire rock pillar of Rito Village was missing from the map, but since Axiom had luckily just hit the scene, it made what would have been an impossible task into something that I could knock out in under an hour. After outlining the village itself at the base of the rock, I realized that every single building in the town was identical, except for the inn. I designed the inn first, which was definitely the highlight of the build, since I was first figuring out the block palette and design details of these buildings. The main building that appears multiple times throughout the village is pretty much just a smaller version of the inn. After putting the buildings into their proper locations, I did some light terraforming out back and added in the shrine. There was still all of the interiors to build, which were all slightly different, but after I completed that, I just had to add some final details before I was able to call the village complete. Once I finished adding the bridges that connected the islands together, another main settlement was crossed off of the map. If I was completely drained of fuel before, I was now in severe fuel debt. Not only had this build failed to refresh my spirits, but I was headed into Hebron next. An empty, desolate land with nothing interesting to build, but completely jam-packed with a ton of annoying terraforming. Not something that I was hoping to see when I desperately needed motivation. I had always thought that Zora's Domain would be the hardest part of the project, but looking back, that was a fun type of build. It was challenging in a fun way. It pushed my skills. It made me develop better building techniques. But Tabantha and Hebron weren't doing any of that. It was just boring, tedious, mentally exhausting. That is what made this the hardest region of the map by far. It wasn't physically difficult. It was mentally difficult. Back when the project started, most people seemed to think that this project would never be completed, and maybe they were right. Maybe this is where I would finally throw in the towel, faced with overwhelming exhaustion from the project. My outlook on the map had completely soured, and I wanted nothing more than to be done with this project. Maybe this was the end. Nah, I'm just kidding. You didn't really think I would give up on this project, did you? No, because I knew that if I could just get through Hebra, things would get a lot better. Building up Elden and being that close to the end of the project would certainly boost my motivation. A lot of people ask me how I maintain motivation over such a massive project like this. But the truth is, it's not always about motivation. Your motivation is always going to slip on a project like this. The real key is discipline. It's about forcing yourself to work even when you don't want to. It's about knowing that the temporary pain of burnout is far better than the infinite pain of regret over not finishing this. Months had gone by since I finished Gerudo, and I was sick of how long this was taking. It was time for a massive, painful assault through Hebra. I could finally find better days. This task in Hebra was the Rito training grounds, which had nothing but copy-pasted designs from Rito Village and a little bit of terraform. Western Hebra in general was pretty empty, but the terrain was a complete disaster, meaning that I had to do a lot of terraforming work to pretty it up. For the Hebra Great Skeleton, the entire northern mountain above it was just missing. I had to spend hours terraforming it all myself. The skeleton itself was pretty similar to the Gerudo one, with only minor differences in the head. After finishing the smaller details and last terraforming tasks in the area, I moved on to the peak of Hebra itself, which was completely missing, of course, but luckily I was starting to get fully in the swing of Axiom, making this go by a lot quicker than it would have otherwise. Parts of Hebra also had these large rock structures that were completely missing from the map, meaning that I had to spend quite a lot of time building them all up. Finishing up even more terraforming above this river, Central Hebra was finished, so I moved east towards the stable, which had some minor work to be done. I did have a second Donut Labyrinth nearby, which ended up being really fun, just like the other two. I don't know, something about outlining the mazes was just a ton of fun. Nearby, we also had Tanagar Canyon, which had an absolute ton of terraforming work to be done across the entire length of the gorge. So it was another day to thank the heavens for Axia. The Forgotten Temple at the end of the gorge was a slow build with a very limited block palette, as we pretty much only had the sandstone blocks to work with. The interior was tough to work on as any build in a confined spaces, but after a couple days of building, the entire structure was complete. I even had to build the goddess statue in the back of the temple. It only took a few weeks of building, but I had finally pushed through and completed all of Hebra. And I had been smart enough to leave one last exciting build for the end of the region. Divine Beast Bob Meadow. I messed up the scale for the beast on my first attempt, but as I finished up the base of the tail, I finally smartened up and added a skeletal outline for the wings to get the right scale down before moving on to do design work. The shape of the wing was pretty straightforward, but fixing up the underside and the tops of the wings was a little annoying. Luckily, this Divine Beast is completely symmetrical, just like all of the others. Again, instead of jumping straight into design work, I actually outlined the head beforehand, so I was able to completely nail the shape, and it ended up being super accurate. I did the legs and talons next, which were tricky to find the correct shape for before completing the underside of the bird, finishing the exterior. As for the interior, this was the most spacious one I had to work with so long, so it went a lot smoother than the other Divine Beasts. And finally, with it out of the way, Hebra was complete. It was now late November, 6 entire months since I had last posted an episode in the series. This was by far the toughest video that I've ever had to make, but it was finally over. The actual hardest part of the Breath of the Wild map was behind me at long last. I had officially failed to meet my end here yet, but I wasn't too bothered because my theory held true. In February of 2024, after finishing up another project, I was ready to return to the map. And with my return to the project, there also came the return of my motivation and drive to finally finish this thing. The 2-year anniversary of the project came and went as I worked on my Attack on Titan video. But once that was finished up, I returned to the map, and for the first time in months, I was actually excited to build again. My plan was to knock out the Akala region next, before heading up into Eldin, where I would complete the last major settlement of the map, as well as the fourth and final Divine Beast. Over a year ago, the will of you guys had nearly sent me here first instead of Fair, but I'm glad that didn't happen, because the largest terraforming tasks of the entire project were awaiting me in Eldin. But since we went the other way around the map, Axiom released in time for me to use for Death Mountain. If we had come to Death Mountain first, I wouldn't have had Axiom for this monumental terraforming task. Before we can get to that, we need to finish up Akala. Following the path from Lanayru, I reached Akala Citadel, the home of yet another Sheikah Tower. After finishing the bridge across the valley, I gave the cliffs their proper orangish-brown color before starting on the structure of the castle. A lot of the structures here were very similar to those from the Great Plateau walls, so it felt very familiar to be building up the Citadel. Most of the structures are also just copy-paste, so I was able to complete the structure extremely fast. Pretty much the same thing over and over again. Up top, there were some ruins that were unique to this area, which were pretty time-consuming to build up. But once they were done, the Citadel was complete. Moving through Akala to the east, we would soon come up on Terrytown, with only a few small builds between us. I finished the Tingle Islands, which were mostly comprised of reused assets, as well as some nearby bridges and the last fairy fountain of the map. Terrytown itself is super small, but the various angles of the buildings made it quite tricky to work with. And the square shapes of the building actually made it more difficult to squeeze in all of the structures. To make up for it, the designs weren't too complicated, as they were pretty much just a bunch of colored squares. Once the interiors were finished up, I added in the smaller details around town, but there really wasn't much more to do, and the town was finished very fast. The rest of Akala was pretty empty, so it wouldn't take me too long to make my way up to the tech lab. The strangest part about working on Akala was that it made me feel almost sad. After the monumental task of Hebron and Tabanda, it finally felt like I was actually close to finishing the project. While I was excited to finally complete the map, I had been working on this project for over 2 years at this point. This was the map that kickstarted my YouTube channel. And by now, I've amassed over 200,000 subscribers. And the idea that all of it would suddenly come to an end wasn't exactly a happy thought. But regardless, there was still a lot of excitement around the idea of finishing this map. The tech lab ended up being a lot more complicated than I thought it was, as there were a lot of different structures that make up the lab as a whole. But once I finished up the structures around the back and the telescope, the design was complete apart from some final texture variation. Nearby, we also had the final Zonai labyrinth of the map, which was a real shame since I really enjoyed building these bases. This was definitely my favorite of the labyrinths to build, regardless of how long it took me to scour the maze to add every little secret. Akala was now finished, meaning it was time to start work on the next region that I once thought would be the hardest part of the map. Of course, due to a certain other region, I no longer believe this to be true. Around this time, I did add a couple new builders to the map as well. Voxel, who had helped with Eldin, Akala, and Woodland region, as well as parts of Central Hyrule. Scale also helped with parts of Akala and Eldin too. Horalton was a special builder to be added to the map, as his primary goal was to build all 120 shrine interiors to properly implement on the map, which he would manage to finish before the end of the project. Heading into Death Mountain, the primary issue with this region were the dozens of overhanging rocks scattered across the volcano. Because remember, the height map did not generate a single overhanging rock, so literally every single one of these were missing. The day, Eldin seemed to be an impossible task. But now, with the help of Axiom, it was honestly a walk in the park. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. As I swept across Eldin, adding every single rock I could find that was missing from the map, I realized that it was actually quite enjoyable. I was able to simply turn on a video in the background and mindlessly terraform for hours at a time. It still took a while, but after a few days, I had finished most of the terraforming throughout Eldin. But the actual volcano itself was still a complete mess. I had to spend lots of time working on this because I just couldn't figure out what was wrong with the mountain. It looked very weird to me, but I finally realized that the bottom didn't have enough shape to it and was able to fix it up. When I had finally completed the terraforming of Death Mountain, I returned to the entrance of Eldin and began to build my way up the path towards Quad City. Most of the builds here in Eldin were very small and not very significant. There were some metal structures all across the mountain that I had to build, and also some new enemy camps unique to the volcano, but that was pretty much it. The Goron mines were the most significant build along the path, and even that was pretty small. Paired with a reused asset of an enemy camp, I was able to move swiftly on to Goron City. The valley that the city resides in was super small, so much so that I would have to make slight adjustments to the terrain to properly fit everything in. But we finished outlining the buildings soon enough, and it all seemed like it would fit well. All the buildings in town were just massive rocks, so it wasn't really that difficult to build the majority of them. The only time-consuming part of this build was adding all of the small details around the city and doing the interiors. I also had to build the large bridge above town, but for that I would need to build the massive Goron statues overlooking the city. These statues were incredibly tough to get looking right. Organic builds like this are not my strong suit, especially when they're very bland without much detail. The first two were by far the most difficult, but the Daruk statue was a bit easier because it had more features to add, such as hair and wristbands, that broke up the solid rock color and made it look a lot better. There isn't too much left to do in Northern Eldin of the Goron Mines, which was pretty much just a collection of some rocks and cannons. I did have to build the crab rock nearby though, and the railway going through the lava lake took some time to outline. Further down the mountain was the final great skeleton of the project, which again reused a lot of assets from the other two. The only new part of the bones being the skull. Gutcheck Rock was also nearby, but that area took no longer than a few hours to complete. So with most of the mountain complete, I began working my way up the path to Val Gridania. There was some light terraforming here that I had missed earlier, and more minecart tracks, but they weren't too hard to add in place. For Death Mountain itself, while I had done most of the general terraforming earlier, it still needed a more precise touch for the final details. So I had to take some time to do more terraforming here and add in all of the cannons. But there was still a big problem with Val Gridania itself. You see, for every divine beast that I built, I placed them in their location from before Link conquers them in game. But to follow that trend with Gridania, I would have to build the divine beast walking diagonally across the volcano. The angle would be super tough, but I learned my lesson from Zora's Domain. Instead of building the beast at this angle, I decided to build it on the regular axis first and rotated onto the mountain later. This was the first divine beast where I was finally smart enough to start with a skeletal outline of the entire thing, which made the building process so much easier. I don't know why it took me so long to start doing this, but after testing the rotation technique onto the mountain, it was clear that this method of mine would work. Val Gridania is super symmetrical, so after building just a small portion of the main body, I was able to copy paste it across and finish the whole thing. The tail was a bit trickier to design because of its strange angles, but it was nowhere near as hard as the other divine beasts. At this point, all that was missing was the head, which was just a simple cone-like shape, so it was pretty easy to finish up. After rotating it to fit the mountain and cleaning up the design a bit, I began to work on the legs, which were definitely the hardest part of the divine beast. It took a few different tries with new methods and ideas before I was able to find something that would work. And after adding some fire to the feet, just like they are in Breath of the Wild, the final divine beast of the project was complete. The mountain still felt a bit empty though, so I decided to add one last thing to the Eldin region. I wanted to build the massive plume of smoke coming out of the volcano. My first attempt resulted in an absolutely massive plume of smoke, but it was just way too big, way too solid, and just didn't look like smoke. Months later, I came back to try again, but all I really succeeded in this time was making the smoke a little smaller. So, third time's the charm. I made the smoke funnel out a lot more with this final design, which made it look more natural. And I was able to achieve a much more smoky look with this one instead of making the entire thing solid. And so, after 3 months of work on the map, Akkala and Eldin had officially fallen, leaving just the center regions of the map to be completed. It was late May at this point, but I was definitely on track to finish before the end of 2024. I did plan on doing a Mario Kart Minecraft video next, but there's no way that video was going to take like 5 months or anything. So the project took 5 months. Okay, now it's October 2024, and I wanted to finish building the map and release 2 videos about it before Christmas. That is a behemoth task. But being so close to the end, I was more motivated than I ever had been. My schedule was clear, and I put everything else aside to solely focus on finishing this project. In order to finish the project and release the videos before Christmas, I knew that I would have to finish building the map before November. I came back to the map on October 14th, which gave me roughly 17 days to finish Central Hyrule and the Woodland region. There was still also a lot of cleanup work to be done on the map, but I had a bit of spare time during my Mario Kart project, so I was able to finish a lot of these tasks early. For example, I finally redid the Dueling Peaks with Axiom, making them look a lot more accurate to Breath of the Wild. I also fixed up the very ugly Gerudo Cliff colors. For the remainder of the project, I decided to live stream every single day until the map was finished, sometimes even multiple times a day. As the final push began, I first laid my eyes on the Woodland region, wanting to knock out the Lost Woods and Typhlo Ruins as soon as possible. The Woodland Tower and military training camp were pretty quick builds, with mostly generic wood ruins in the area. I did have to come up with a new block palette for the stone in the area though. Apart from that, the only build in this area was the Lost Woods. This was my first time ever building a massive large-scale tree like this before, so I was a bit worried. But after using a large cone to get the basic shape of the tree down, I started adding in all of the roots near the bottom. The branches were pretty much just a bunch of lines going out in different directions, so I was able to make quick work of them with Axiom. Getting the base to look right was extremely difficult, and it took us a couple of attempts to get something that looked good. We got there after a lot of tinkering. I colored the tree with various dark brown colors and a little bit of green before adding in the pink leaves at the top. With the Deku Tree finished, we added in all of the smaller details to Korok Woods itself, including the Master Sword pedestal, which turned out amazing. As for the Lost Woods, I would have to use a massive coat of different glass blocks to make a fog effect, and we changed the leaves of all the trees into glass as well to give it an even foggier look. With that complete, we moved on to the Typhlo Ruins a little further north, but they were just a bunch of reused assets from Varin. It took a good bit of time to outline everything properly, but once it was done, I used a massive dome of tinted glass and other dark blocks to create the darkness effect. And trust me, it really does get dark inside. It had taken only a few days to finish up the Woodland region, and it was now October 18th as I moved into Central Hyrule. 13 days remained to build all of Central Hyrule and the castle itself. But luckily for me, Central Hyrule was an extremely empty land, and most of the ruins and other structures in this area are reused assets from other regions. Because of this, I knew that I could get through Central Hyrule with ease and make it to the castle with plenty of time to spare. I started with the western side of Central Hyrule first, filling out a lot of the duplicate ruins and enemy camps. I quickly reached the final Sheikah Tower on the map, which felt surreal as I thought back to almost 3 years ago when I kicked off the entire project by building the original tower. There were some scattered ruins here and a bit more further north, but everything around was just reused assets. Now moving on to the southern side of Central Hyrule, I had to build up the Bottomless Swamp, which houses a massive ancient skull with large horns. This looked like an intimidating build, but after working on a project like this for so long, my skills had developed so much that I was able to make quick work of it. Apart from the little bits of ruins scattered around the area, Central Hyrule was already complete, and it had only taken me a few days. 10 days remained until the end of the project, and I swiftly moved on to Castletown after completing the Sacred Ground ruins. I cleaned up the terrain of the town before moving on to the town walls, which were time-consuming but not very difficult. There were only a few building designs scattered around the town, so after we finished up a few of them, I was able to copy-paste them all across the area. Once I figured out a block palette for the grass, I added in all of the Malice Pools and Guardians roaming the town to finish it off. The 2 islands flanking the castle still remained, so despite the long day of building I just had with the castle town, I decided to focus up and finish the islands too. Luckily though, they were pretty empty and didn't have much to build. As the clock ticked over to October 23rd, the final build of the entire project was set to begin. In January of 2022, I began my journey to build all of Breath of the Wild in Minecraft, hoping to complete this project before the year's end. Fast forward 2 years and 10 months, and I finally made it to Hyrule Castle. I began as an amateur, someone with very little building knowledge, someone who had no idea what type of tools to use for a project like this. But after all this time, the map had honed my skills and knowledge, and coming out of this project, one might consider me a professional builder. Personally, I think I have a long way to go before I can earn that title, but this journey was certainly a massive step towards that goal. So, let's finally finish this adventure and complete the final build on the map. Using Axiom's shape tool, I began at the gatehouse and started making my way up the hill. As I got up past the first gatehouse, it became apparent that there was lots of terraforming to be done as well, as there were missing bridges, overhangs, and much more. The Sanctum had such a complicated design that it took me 3 hours to outline the entire thing. I was very tired after this 6-hour stream. Now it was time to actually design the structures that I had outlined. I gradually learned the style for the castle as I built up these first few structures, using a lot of the fairly new tough blocks to give a bit of color variation. Moving along the island to the east, I wanted to finish up all of the copy-pasted castle walls surrounding the island, and that was pretty much all that was here on this side of the castle. The gatehouses were two of the main structures to build up on the castle, which were extremely fun to work on. Definitely one of the highlights of building the castle. One of the only remaining builds left was Zelda's study, which ended up being harder than I expected it to. I really did not like this first design that I had made, and I couldn't quite put my finger on exactly what it was. So, for the stream, I completely restarted on the tower, and I'm glad that I did, because despite having to take some creative liberties with the design, this one turned out much better. I then fixed up Zelda's room itself across the valley, which did take some tinkering with the terrain to fit properly, before connecting the two up with the bridge. With Zelda's room and study complete, the Sanctum was the only part of the castle left that I had to design. I was in for another 3-hour building session with the Sanctum, as the lower levels were extremely complex. So were the upper levels, but not much. Moving up to the second layer, I had to design some more towers, which for some reason gave me so much trouble. I don't know why these towers were making me struggle so much at the time, but after identifying its flaw, at this point, only the center tower of the Sanctum remained, which luckily went a bit easier than the previous towers. There were also a few smaller towers flanking the center one. Once the tower was complete, I put it into its proper location in the Sanctum and duplicated the symmetrical design across all 4 corners. After implementing some final details to the castle, such as the dead guardians, and coloring all of the cliffs in grass correct, the exterior of the castle was finished after I put in the malice pools. As October 29th slipped over into the 30th, I had 48 hours to leave my castle. Because of Halloween celebrations I had to attend, it's actually less than 24 hours. And I still had built the interiors, the pillars around the castle, and the to build. I started my life on that day with no intention of ending it until the project was complete. The hours began to tick by as I made my way through the castle, but by the time my tier break arrived 4 hours into the stream, I only made my way into the library, which turned out to be the hardest build of the interior by far. It was so large and complex that it took 3 hours to build on its own. Finishing up the rest of the interiors took up another 2 hours as we approached the 10-hour mark of the live stream. Once the docks were finished up, we officially placed the 120th and final Sheikah Shrine of the project. However, we still had the interior of the Sanctum. By now, lots of past midnight. Halloween was officially upon us. Dawn to final day. The Sanctum had a few more complex interior, and it took a lot of builders with me to figure it out. Down below, Ulbrich had already been building up wood and organic. Once she was finished, I took it down checking the boss window, which came out looking very nice. There's well hours of screening. Finally began on building again. I added the swirling mouths around the eyes first before beginning with the body again itself, which I really was not happy with for the longest time. It just didn't talk to me, so later I would come more and turn it again. 14 hours on the street at around 5 a.m. on Halloween morning, May 24th. Only one detail remained missing from the map. All of the builders, my friends who were online at the time, joined me in the Sanctum of Hyrule Castle. Everybody had a chance to add a block to the Golden Triforce. As I prepared to place the final blocks to the map, I thought back to my time on the project. From the initial failure that led me to giving up YouTube, to the overwhelming support that brought me back. From the struggles of Sora's domain and the delight of Teferi, the pain of Gerudo and mental torture of Hebron. To the hope with the Elden Region and the determination through Central Hyrule, we had finally made it to the moment that I have been dreaming of for years. I officially announce that the Breath of the Wild in Minecraft project is 100% complete. After 1,009 days, 8 hours and 56 minutes, with more than 2,000 hours spent building on the map, it was over. And that does not include the hundreds, potentially thousands of hours I spent editing content for the YouTube channel. For nearly 3 years, this project has sat I'm fine. It had taken 8 hours in this for which millions of people showed up to join me on this journey. But there is still one more thing we must do. Something that I'm sure you guys have all been waiting for. At the end of each episode that I completed, I would always make sure to feature some cinematic shots of the map to showcase what we had most recently completed. One thing I always made sure to avoid was showing the entire map loaded in with shaders, because I wanted to save that for the end. But now, with the series finally over, the moment that I have been impatiently awaiting for had arrived. It was time to look back over the journey that I had just completed and load the map with shaders. As the end of the project truly arrived, what about Tears of the Kingdom? When Tears first released, I was 100% confident that I would be building it. But once I actually completed the game, and after going through the struggles of the Hebron region, I just wanted this project to be over. I did not want to do Tears of the Kingdom at that point, but for going through Elden and Tired, it has warmed me back up to the idea of doing Tears. It's certainly on the table, but I can't promise you that I'm going to do it. If I do end up doing a Tears project, it probably won't happen until summer 2025 at the earliest. But again, I can't promise that I'm actually going to be doing it. But as for now, with the entire Breath of the Wild map complete, I am putting it up for you guys to download for free. After all this time spent on a Minecraft world, it might be natural to wonder, what was the point of all of this? 3 years of my life were dedicated to this stupid project. I gave up college for this. I literally lost friendships partly due to this map. So what was it all for? What did I gain from doing this? The approval of thousands of strangers that I'll never meet? To watch imaginary numbers go up in my analytics? Was it all just for my own satisfaction? A result of my stubbornness to quit? Was it all just for Reddit upvotes? To an outsider, it may seem like a pointless endeavor, a complete waste of time. But once you look deeper, this project was so much more than just a Minecraft build. Because of this project, I was able to meet some of my best friends that I've even gone on to meet up with in person. I've been able to live out a dream that I've had since I was a little kid. I was able to cultivate a community of thousands of people from all over the world who met and spoke for the first time as a result of this project. This wasn't just a Minecraft build. The map acted as a stage of entertainment where my friends and I were able to make content for hundreds of thousands, even millions of people to enjoy. But this certainly is not the end. I have no intention to quit YouTube. I don't know if I'll be able to replicate the heights of this project in my future builds, but I certainly want to try. For the time being, I'll be focusing on some smaller projects that fit into a single video, similar to a couple that I've posted recently. For a lot of people who stuck around for this series, I'm sure this was just a very tiny part of your lives, a little video series that you kept up with every few months. But I know that for at least some of you guys, this project meant so much more. The fact that I was the creator of this, that I was the one who got to take you guys on this journey, is a complete honor. And I cannot thank you guys enough for sticking with me throughout these years. What I've realized through the process of making this video is that it's not just the story of the Breath of the Wild. No, this was simply a chapter in my story. Whatever the next chapter holds, I hope that you stick around to find out with me.
Where's my camera? Sorry, guys. I guess he fell. Oh my god, you fell a long time ago.
I'm first then, first that each traffic can die, each traffic can I'm every that each traffic can die, each traffic can I can you the I'm taking up, but I'm fucking vicious. I'm really rest waiting in a moment for motivation. My time is going out, so good. Just go, especially all the that picks on them. Had to get fired, you need for something. I didn't just go to the go fucking fake it out, being just it'll be exactly what's that's they got us. She could change the story when you're not. Make you baby and make it all. It's time. Good. I look so good. It's so yes. Baby. I feel so good. I feel so good. Baby, tell me it's fun. You can't take me on one. Yeah. You can't take me on one. You can't take me on one. Yeah. You can't take me on one. Hey, then it's a shy. Take it out. Take it out. That's the way. Patience for the basics. Yeah, it's yeah, it's yeah, it's sure. That's the way. Just
It's solid, you know, good.
and need to make if you but you want to give it a shot, it's like you have to shot of you without anywhere to come. What a shame to be rich, pain for the pain. What is it that shame on me? I must have in my mouth. The cage for walking. I must be hiding my mind. Days I can't find. You're my bread and butter. You're my one desire. You're the reason why I wake up every day and fight. You're my bread and butter. You're my one desire. You're the reason why I wake up every day and fight. We are what you don't want.
Going to say, well, as you need to make things focus. Take up. When you're running your head. Money down for the next. That's it. So that's the thing. You come to the end of the in the press. I'm slave host from one west. We won't wait out the yes. The team know what we do with best. You know, so what's going to it's stylish. It can't be reversed.
I believe the crowd dropping. I'm the city that you say a lot of you. Everybody, take what I'm doing. Everybody says, come on, folks, I'm the young.
Dreaming of red and blood, dreaming of one desire. Reason why I wake up, baby, take this fire. Oh, yeah, what you don't want. Come on, teach you. Red and blood, dreaming of one desire. Reason why I wake up, baby, take this fire. Oh, yeah, what you don't want. Yeah, what you don't want. Say, beach from the sky. You have no fun. You start and falls. Yeah, Christmas in my life. Yeah, she's standing back. Told you to come again. I told you to come again. She then makes me out the door. It's all shit like the door. Talk that shit back. I can't always follow the creeper shot. Lay me down. You should bring it down. Yeah, you should bring it down. You got to keep it low. You down. No, I say they try to be sure I'm a star. I'm gonna say I should have found. Oh, bring me down. Should bring us down. Yeah, should bring you down. Let's kick something we should run. Oh,
He's from open freaking soul, California, grass, POV, trafficking in black food, how can I make this last? Watch your pay, single nights, I can't blast. That's the place, Leo, gotta drink the land. Shed story, never zooming when I keep the check. Gotta say today, me no disrespect. I just see the path, I just move it straight. You just make a left, then you make a right. When you intersect, fuck did you expect? Too many options, trust in the process, part of the dreams of progress. Too many options, stress up the optics, one of the time for the pockets. Too many calling me novice, none of calling my partner. Tell me the fuck to be born for, you will be popping in nuts. I gotta go and work on progress, I gotta do more for my mama. Reparations granted for the trauma, pay to everybody conflicted. Hope that everything I've been forgiven. If it's not the fucking gas limit, do my dirt and damn my business. Took my time to find myself and all that ain't no way to help me play before back. So many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys so many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys trusting the process, but it is progress. So many guys speaking to it.
My girl, I try to be so fair, but everything I do just leaves you far. 'Cause you told me I should have worried. I said I be as lost. So try, try. So do I to me, this pain that my heart needs to know. And I say, my Wait till you told me things that you don't keep me. Just get on the road and take me. Getting way too close and touch your heart. To me, number. This pain in my head, and my knees to know. Yeah, I say, want me, I said, you waiting to find. I'll be waiting for you find this thing. You got me on just how still you don't care. So you know that we're just not to reach the moment in time. So you don't keep on.
from you. Sometimes I feel baby, don't leave me tonight. It's I feel me tonight. I need you to hold me tight. Yeah, to be by myself. Cause I don't feel like myself. Yeah, baby, you're me tonight. I need you to hold me tight. Be myself. I don't feel like myself. Yeah, it's in my head. It's in my head. I try so hard to find yeah, by myself. I don't feel myself. Yeah, baby, you're me tonight. I need you to be down. Be myself. And I feel it's in my head. It's in my head. Yeah, it's in my head. It's in my head. Oh, you are what you see. Straight up and away from me. I don't know why I'm you're so damn good. Yeah. I'm gonna take you home. Show you what I want. Yeah. You're such a secret to me. Love me, after being me. Love me, and your face is so much peace and joy. If you love me, then you hurt me. Now you told me you were. But it's Keep on moving forward. See the light at the end of the road. I lost myself in a world so cold. A breeze blows by. Hold myself to avoid the shame. Yeah, I lost myself in a world to remain. There's no point fighting. Keep on looking in your eyes. Girl, I know that I know that I used to be a mom. Girl, you know that. So I you don't want to fuck just stay up. Please find that time in our hands. Sit down, I'm scared. Sideways, fun up. So so you like so you know take looks up as a piece you won't stay you diamonds on the you see you like drink your later, come live about that's you can taste it, you see the world. It's you want that to it's all for you. She said, why so far, you're not coming. I told her, just know we got from the people. I want you to smile, won't you fear? All of the things that I saw. It's fine, strong as it is. Jesus can slow. You say those things you know. Breathe. Abraham, I'm that to me, it's close like I'm meant to walk around town with no destination. I'm in the hopes that you said, hey, baby, come and tell me, ring my phone names before you kiss me. And you got the guy, and you got the take me. Oh, yeah, speak to my story, speak to my story, speak to all the moments before you knew about it. Don't let me make it before we arrive. Then I'm starting to become strong. To make you so, I promise I'll make you feel alive. Yeah, and you know that guy, and you know, take to make you feel alive. Speak to the story, speak to the story, speak to me, then it's not so convincing. What was wrong with you? We must just stay. I'm trying to see it there. If you're in my face, you be your mom. I know there's no excuse. I just can't see that I said it. Oh no, should have been smarter than that. I know I should have been the man that I like. Oh, I know I fucked up and there's no turning back. I know I should have been better than that. I'm trying to see it there. Smile. If you're in my face, you be your mom. I know there's no excuse. I just can't see that I said it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Loving each other with no hesitation, living our lives in the best of our strengths and souls. That's just through the it's into your kiss the screaming whether we live how we want this is the most the storm. Baby, I'm cross. You'll be fine. It will be fine. Just lost. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Bring me down to the